to a breakthrough. In 1980, he created an equation of his own, one that combined all of the Julius sets into a single image. When Mandelbrot iterated his equation, he got his own set of numbers. Graphed on a computer, it was a kind of roadmap of all the Julius sets, and quickly became famous as the emblem of fractal geometry. The Mandelbrot set.
It's not easy to describe the Mandelbrot set visually. It looks like a man, it looks like a cat, it looks like a cactus, it looks like a cockroach. It's got little bits and pieces that remind us of almost anything that you can see out in the real world, particularly living things. So it has a character that reminds us of a lot of things, and yet it itself is unique and new.
The Mandelbrot set is real, an absolute thing, no question whatsoever. Any mathematician or any computer scientist or student in a school can study it and describe the same thing. It's a common experience. And so such things that can be magnified forever and have infinite precision do exist, but they're not touchable.
It's a geometrical shape, an icon, if you wish, which somehow embodies as an example a very important aspect of how the world works. Somebody recently actually called this set the thumbprint of God.
With this mysterious image, Mandelbrot was issuing a bold challenge to long-standing ideas about the limits of mathematics.
The blinders came off, and people could see forms that were always there, but formerly were invisible.
The Mandelbrot set was a great example of what you could do in fractal geometry, just as the archetypical example of classical geometry is the circle.
When you zoom in, you see them coming up again, so you see self-similarity. You see, by zooming in, you zoom, you're zooming in, you're zooming in, and pop. Suddenly it seems like you're exactly where you were before, but you're not. It's just that way down there, it has the same kind of structure as way up here, and the sameness can be grokked.
Now we'll begin our serious exploration of the Mandelbrot set, a voyage which in fact could last forever and ever, much longer than the lifetime of the universe. I have here the full set, about 6 inches across. Now, if I blow this up, I'll increase the magnification now 13 times, and you'll see more and more detail is appearing. And the interesting thing is you see mini Mandelbrots, replicas, almost identical, yet perhaps subtly different, of the original set. And I can go on doing this. Here's a magnification of more than 3,000 times. So the original picture, about 6 inches across, is now half a mile across. And no matter how much we magnified it, a million times, a billion times, until the original set was bigger than the entire universe, we would still see new patterns, new images emerging, because the frontier, the M set, is infinitely complex. And when I say infinitely, I really mean that. Most people, when they say infinitely, they mean only rather big. But this is really infinity. is so remarkable, in fact, astounding, about the Mandelbrot set is that although it's infinitely complex, it's based on incredibly simple principles, unlike almost everything in modern mathematics. In fact, anybody who can add and multiply can understand the principles on which it's based. You don't even have to subtract or divide, still less use logarithms or trigonometrical functions to comprehend how the Mandelbrot set is created. In fact, in principle, it could have been discovered any time in human history, and not merely in 1980. But the problem is this: although it's only based on adding and multiplying, you have to carry out those operations millions, billions of times to create a complete set. And that's why it was not discovered until the era of modern computers.
All right, shalom, shalom, family, shalom, shalom. I'm just over here doing something real fast. Just open up something. So this is just going to be an extra day as these days get closer. Now it's still 2021 and 2022. We're going to be changing pace, but for the rest of 2021, we're going to be basically making it clear what we are doing real fast to make it clear. I'm just opening up two notes here. I just need to open up two notes. So I want to talk about monophylactic groups. Now, the reason why I want to talk monophylactic groups is because it's biblically interesting. It's biblically interesting. The reason why I say that is because monophylactic groups is going to really gives us an understanding to what the biblical narrative is saying when it talks about Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? We got to understand biblically, Yah, when he had saved Noah, he saved three sons of Noah. Now, these three sons also had women. This can kind of create some very interesting things when we have the women that's still there, because we don't know what the women are. We don't know if they are directly from Noah, or we don't know if they're from Cain, or we don't even know who they are. We don't know if they can be the fallen ones, the fallen angels, or anything like that. We don't know who they are. But it's also interesting to note that women are important in the Bible. Women are extremely important. They may have a different place, as in leadership in the biblical narrative, but they're very important for their placement, right? They're very important for creating new life, obviously, and for many other things. They're very, very important, right? As it even says, right? They're the weaker vessel, should be honored. Very important. But I want to go to something here. The reason why I'll talk about when I grab this thing, this last one from here. Just gonna grab something from this one, just scrolling to see. And it has to do with this one right here. All right. I just want to talk monophylactic groups because I think monophylactic groups is very important because it shows us the evidence of the Bible, and then it also shows us who's related. And once we understand it to its core, it's very easy to understand. So I'm going to just make a circle here, right here, and maybe I'll make the background black. All right. All right. Let me just click a different color here. Just gonna make a circle with 3 points right here. All right. Okay. That's all right. Just gonna leave that like that. Now, the reason why I was talking about monophylactic groups is because one thing that I learned over time, what a lot of people do mistakenly, is that they don't actually, when you see people pick or choose groups, like for example, let me show you something. CMH. Let me see. Right here. So there's a haplogroup that's said to be the model of the how you say the high priest, right? The high priest of Levi. Now that's very important, right? That's very important. The reason why is because if it's said that this is the Jewish high priest line, right? The one of Aaron and everything, then we actually can make it monophylactic, right? If we make it monophylactic, now the reason why I'm showing you this is because I'm gonna really express this as clear as I can, because this is where it's important. Because whenever I show this, some people don't understand. They say, well, it's not E1B1A, so it's not Israel. But whenever I show this, I think it's important to understand what I mean by this being Israel, because I'm going to show E1B1A only pops up in the late Neolithic time frame. It doesn't pop up in the Paleolithic. It doesn't pop up in the Mesolithic. In the Mesolithic and in the Paleolithic, the earliest one you have is this one. This one is actually going to be your E1B1. We can follow E1B1. We know that E1B1 makes E1B1A. That's very important, which we had talked about with Moto the other day. We talked about Moto. So let me just put something on here, right here. Let me just put Let me actually open up something here because I also need this tool. You can see they got some little mandate going on and stuff, right? Some other stuff to talk about when the season comes. We'll talk about some of those things as they are important because they can happen. Okay, so we're gonna make first thing we're gonna do, right? We're gonna note some of these things, some of the things that we're seeing here, right? Some say T are Jews, so we're gonna note that as well, right? I got some the earliest T's that you can possibly find, which are a little under the Natufian age, but they're Neolithic. That's very important, right? Not Bronze Age, not Iron Age, but Neolithic, right? Neolithic time frame. That's very important. And the locations are important too for that. But we don't need any sources today. Today we don't need any sources. We're not going to go over any sources, though. Just for the reference, we'll go over some sources. But we don't need any sources. We just need this tree. We just need this tree, for example. But I'm going to use two different trees. I'm going to use this one and I'm going to use another one. The reason why I'm going to explain is has to do with monophylactic groups. It's going to have to do with monophylactic groups. So we're going to note something here. Let me just get this one ready, close some things and everything. All right. All right. That's good. All right. Now we're going to get on some monophylactic groups. Now, what I mean about monophylactic, let me just open something here. Now, yesterday we did a live, right? We did a live. This is actually a major live, a very important one, because this one is actually going to be basically linking pretty much everything that we were doing together, which the E1B1 links to the E1B1A and whatnot, right? Because E1B1 makes E1B1B and E1B1A. So it's very important summary of E1B1 to V38. Very major connection. But let me go to something here, which I think is here. I always put little timestamps here. All right, so right here. All right. Ethiopian genomes reveal extensive Eurasian admixture throughout the African continent. Ancient European genome reveals extensive Eurasian admixture throughout the African continent. Right. Now, it's important to understand yesterday, what made yesterday also special, I was bringing out sources from 2021. A lot of things that I actually was bringing out was new sources from 2021. That's why when I talk about Moto, the MOTA or Mota, what's important about it, a lot of people, when it first came out, there was a report that said, they had to correct it. Basically, the reason why they had to correct it is because of, let me actually show this. It's because Moto was on a different branch at first. Moto was on a different branch, and then it changed, right? It didn't change the fact where Moto is found. Moto is found in the Middle East and in Europe. Moto is found in the Middle East and Europe, but it was connected to another branch at first. And I'm just going to show that real fast for that one. Because Moto would be one that is very important to take note of. Because it's not just E1B1A. Moto isn't just E1B1A, though E1B1A is the important one, but it's also E1B1. It's E groups to the E1B1 and then E1B1A. The reason why that's important is because the world we live in, right? It's been a lot of cover-ups and stuff like that, but now as we approach the time, the truth is coming out in these days. The truth is coming out in these days. Put that all weird. E1BA. I'll let this open. So that's why we did that live, because that little piece that came out was highly important. I'm talking about what Ben and Yah found, finding Israel in the Bronze Age. Now, I already had evidence of Israel, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic. I could not find nothing for the Bronze Age. The reason why is because I knew they were covering up information. I knew they were. It was no doubt that they were covering up information. But the one finding with the ancient DNA genetic finds that were found is great. It's really great. But let me go to something on this, and then we're going to start talking monophylactic groups. I just got to show this because I did have a question on this. As I've been looking at Moto for a while, and I didn't bring it out because I didn't have the final pieces to it, which was connecting it to the Bronze Age. And once that happened, that obviously was important to bring out. But let me see, where is it? Let me go to something here so I can show you what I mean about the change of motto. Just gotta scroll slow. Okay, right here. So this is what I mean about the change of motto. Let me just click this. So there was a change on the charts, right? This was about, a couple years back. It had changed, right? And then they had updated it. I'm gonna show you right here. So basically, you see this chart right here. At first, it looked like this. Now notice how this looks right here. The way you know that it looks different is because notice how this stems from right here, right? P2, this stems from P2, right? What is P2? Let me just show this. I'm gonna show you what I mean by this and why it's important to note. Because at first, let me see, go to one with the Habo group right here. At first, the way motto was, it would have never made sense, but now it makes sense, right? I'm gonna show you why. First, note this one right here. There's one before this, which is P1. This is actually what considered P1, even though it has 7 afterwards and whatnot. What's important is there's P1. There's a couple P1s. There's another P1 that's before it, right here, another P1, and then you have 4 7, and then you have the earliest root. The earliest root is M96. That's the earliest root. We also have evidence of that one in Levant, which we'll talk about. We'll talk about that too. But going forward, let's go forward. So next, after this one, it's another P1, and then another one, P2. All right, so then P2 is going to evolve to a couple different lineages. The one we want to look at is EV38 right here. This is what motto became, right? You're going to have one that splits and becomes that E1B1C and your E-M2. Now, let me show you what I mean about that, about the change of motto. So motto actually used to be on E1B1B. You see P2 right here? What I mean about this is that there was no V38. There was no V38. They didn't know about V38. V38 makes E1B1A. That's very important. And V38 is E1B1A. But V38 makes E1B1A1 right here, E1B1A1 and E1B1A2. But V38 is actually the official E1B1A. That's very important. So let me show that real fast on here. Not on this, but this. Okay, so this is the old one. Notice that P2 goes to M2. There was missing V38. But on the new one, you can see V38 there. V38. So P2, V38, M2. M2 is the one that creates your E1B1A. But notice over here, before we have V38, notice what was in between. You see your P2 actually connecting E1B1B and E1B1A. Now they are monophyletic because this is going to be obviously going to be connecting them all. P2 is going to connect them all. P2 makes them monophyletic. That means they're one family. That's very important. Mono meaning one, phylactic basically meaning family. So what you're seeing right here from P2, you're going to get a split from here and here. But at the old time, notice what you see over here. You see this one right here? M329, E1B1C. This is on the E1B1B branch. So E1B1B on an E1 and an E1B1C. That was wrong. Why was that wrong? Because they didn't have a V38. This is why what I'm bringing out to you is actually very important, because they already knew motto was in the upper areas. That's very important. They already knew that. But what I'm showing you is actually the evidence of it all. What I'm actually showing you is the evidence of it all, which right here, let me show that.
I find some very interesting things on this one. So just scroll down a little bit.
And what I mean by evidence of it all,
talk about some things.
I'm basically talking about that what you're seeing is some of the earliest evidence of the E group. That's what I'm showing you here. And watch what you see on this little part right here, a mota, right? Mota. But you see your E, E1, E1B, E1B1, right? P2. Remember these different ones? You're going to see these different mutations. This is your M96. This is the one after that. This is the one after that. This is the one after that, right? You're going to see some that's going to be here. It's very important. So what do we see here? You're gonna see some E lineages, obviously, right? P2 talked about that P2. So let me just you can actually note from the movements of the haplogroups that some. I'm gonna pause it right there just to reflect on this. Now, if you haven't seen this, this is extremely deep. So I put some timestamps on here. E1B1 is Israel, right? Son of Shem, son of Eber, right? Very important. What's going on there? And then got some other timestamps for those things and whatnot. There's a couple of different timestamps on this one. The reason why I brought this out is because the one that I'm showing you right here becomes V38. That's what it becomes. It becomes V38, and it has evidence of being a Levant, right? For like I said, for example, on that one paper that I was showing you for the ancient stuff, right? For the ancient genetics and whatnot. I don't know what's going on with this. Let me see. Let that load up real fast. All right. Right here, you see that E1B1? Where is this at? Where is this E1B1 at? Israel at the Levant, right? That's very important, right? Is in the Natufian, right? What's important about that is that when I say that it's in the Natufian, right? Notice that you don't see the female line there. They don't put the female line on this one, right? I don't know why, but it's actually very important because the female is evidence of their location, their ancient location, right? The female line, these are actually European lineages, these female lines, right? It's very interesting because E1B1B is mixed with the European females. That's very important because it also is evident of his migration, of his early path, where it was already up there in the Levant. Now, I had also expressed on that video that no one can debunk this. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one can debunk this because what I found was the earliest sources that you can possibly find. I'm talking early Paleolithic, right? The earliest source that you can possibly find, the E lineage was up in Israel, not in Africa. Nothing came out of Africa. That's important. When I say nothing came out of Africa, no one started in Africa. Everyone started in the where you see Sumer or the Tower of Babel, right? That's very important. The Tower of Babel was not in Africa. The Tower of Babel was not in Africa. The Mount Ararat was not in Africa. Eden was not in Africa either. That's very important. It's very important that we know that Eden was connected to the river of Euphrates, right? So we know Euphrates is actually up north. The reason why I want to show that is because I want to talk monophyletic groups. So you see what I said right here? So that's why I was showing you Mota. Mota, the whole connection of it, we find V38, and it becomes, here's a new chart, it becomes E1B1C. You see that's E1B12? This E1B1A2? That's your E1B1C. Before it was E1B1C, right here. But now it's right here because you can see it's M329. Right here, M329. That's going to be your E1B1C. Now it's under your branch under V38 with M2 because that means they're related. Monophyletic groups, right? Monophyletic groups are groups that are related by the root. For example, I was expressing how the T group, right? Some people, I seen an individual underneath the CF group, they were selecting T as Jews, right? Sometimes you'll see that. Sometimes they'll say that. Like, for example, let me go to something on here. Off of the studies that they found on the children of Santo Tomé Principe, they love to add something a little extra. I want to talk about what they added extra on here, which, you know, noting T, you can find some very early T's that are very important, which I'll talk about too. Talk about some of these things of the T's that were found very early. But notice here, what you're seeing here, it says right here, this is what they try to say. They try to say basically the Jewish haplogroups J and T were not detected, right, in the children of Santo Tomé. Well, we find the female lineages, we find the male lineages to match what we believe is Jews. But let me show you something now, right? Let's put something over here. Now, under CF, right, underneath CF, we're going to have certain lineages. Now, the ones that they say are Jew, I'm just going to put here, T and J. They say T and J are Jews. Now, what's interesting about that, to make T and J Jews, we got to make it monophyletic. So I'm going to build a tree. All right? So this is going to be your root. This is always, every tree has a root, right? It's just a starting point where everything starts. You can see it with many different trees, many different examples of trees. Let me see if I got one of these with a tree on it. I'm sure on this thing, I have a tree. Let me go. Okay, so right here, you can see, right, this one too, for example, I'm just going to click it so it's easier to slide to the next one. All right. That's right. All right, so let me see what Kermit is saying. Kermit got some interesting things. Today is that day. Usually I can't see what people are saying, but today I can keep watch what people are saying. So I'm going to see what is being said here. All right. E1B1C was never part of E1B1B. You got the paleo tree in front of you. That's right. Exactly. E1B1B and E1B1C are different. That's correct. Absolutely. You've got the paleo tree in front of you. E-P2 had 3 offshoot branches of the old tree. Yep. M215 is E1B1B. M2, which is E1B1A, and E1B1C. So no, it did not fall under E1B1B, but E1B1. No. For clearness, it was, as you've seen it. I just showed you. It was under E1B1B. Right here from P2, you see this stem right here? This stem, which is very important, is going to be your dividing line, as that is how it works in genetics. That's very important. It's not at the top like this. Sometimes you'll see like P2 and you'll see a branch like this at the top. That's really a branch to your root right there. That root, they always put it at the top. They never put it at the bottom. They never put the branch at the bottom. As you see right here, they put it at the bottom. Why? Because it's important to understand. But notice what you see right here. You see a different one right here. This is not the same. E1B1, E1B1B2. That's still part of E1B1B, right? Yeah, absolutely. That's still part of E1B1B. That's very important. Just like this one was part of E1B1B at that time. But it was changed to be under right here, M2, right? And it's actually going to be, well, not right here. It's going to be connected with M2. Not technically M2, but it's still connected with M2. That's very important. From V38, right? V38, which is not E1B1B, are different. Just to make that clear for that brother. That's right. As I'm keeping watch, how you doing, family? How you doing? So, again, for clearness, for clarity, for all these things, the one that I was showing in that live, don't let nobody trick you. You can see the evidence yourself. That in the live, this is information that I knew for a long time, and I didn't bring it out yet because I was waiting for the right time. What I needed was the verification of E1B1A in the Bronze Age, right? Because the reason why that's important is because some individuals, they like to use stuff like the Neolithic and stuff like that. We need the exact Bronze Age in the exact location. We need the right location, the right time frame. That's what we need. We don't just need the fact of finding it. We need to find it in the right time and in the right location. Not at Ebla or any Amorite city. Not at the ancient Amorite cities, right? E1B1B, I believe, is Shemites, not Israelites, just to make it clear. But the one that I was showing you with Mota led to E1B1A. That's what that lie was about. But I used the monophyletic E1B1B as an example of the movements. All right. So let's see. Technically P2. All right, let's hear that. Technically P2 had 4 offshoots of the old tree. Basal E1B1, E1B1C are shown on opposite ends on top and bottom, and 2 branches in the middle are M2 and M215, which have many more branches. Yeah, of course. M2 and M215, those are E1B1A and E1B1B. But like I said, just to make it clear one more time for everyone, I'll go to this one just to show it, right? Because I was showing these roots, show the roots and everything. This is a root. Well, technically, this wouldn't be a root because there's other ones before it. But usually on a chart, you'll always have a root, like a starting point. This will be, for this type of style, for the limitation of this chart, this will be called your root, technically. So this will be the starting part of this graph, which is still a small portion of E1B1, the E lineage. So from P2 of ancient times, they had E1B1C here. That was wrong. That's why Mota was updated. Mota was changed because at first they had them related to E1B1B. but is not related to E1B1B, is more closely related to E1B1A, which it is an E1B1A, which it is an E1B1A, right? Mota is actually E1B1A2. That's very important. E1B1A2 created what's underneath it, but it's still a monophylactic group related with M2. That's very important, right? And we can look at that on the tree, right? We can look at that on the tree. We can look at how it works and everything and whatnot, right? We can open up E and show how it's monophylactic and whatnot. But just for the clarity, just for clarification, let me close this. DE is the monophylactic group. That's the one group that they're all underneath. All of them are underneath this monophylactic group. If we click this, right, we'll see different branches. This is your E1, this is your E2, and this is your E1, right? You're going to have different ones underneath it right here. It's going to lead. You're going to keep going. So you see that 7-7 right there. You're going to see your V38 right there. Right there. You see your M2. All right, so you see your branches already open. This is your root right here. And this is going to lead you down all the way to where you have your split here from V38. You see your split. You're going to get your E1B1C and E1B1A. None of these are E1B1B, but this is your E1B1A, right? We could open E1B1B and talk about E1B1B, which is a little different, right? We could talk about those things and whatnot. But just for clarity, for clarification, this is the branch that we want to talk about here. So here, this actually would be E1B1B right here. This would be the branches of E1B1B, right? From here, you'll get your classic Ashkenazi branches from your M35, but you also get some people who are naturally Arabic. Like I met a couple different people who are Arabic that were E1B1B. They are sons of Abraham, right? And we also find, and close this, your V38. So V38 creates your M2. M2 creates all your E1B1As and whatnot. There's going to be all your E1B1As underneath here. There's a way to open this and get 12 branches and everything and whatnot, because that's 12 original branches that come from M2. Under here is still connected to V38. They are twins, right? They are twins. They are a family. They are twins. That's very important. They're one. They're one and related. That's very important. Under V38. That V38 was added on there, right? Right there. And that is why we see coming from V38, M2 and M329, which this is just right here, right from your M2, is just E1B1A1. So right there is going to be your E1B1A1. But remember, V38 is still an E1B1A. V38 right here is E1B1A. Very important. But it makes your M2 and it makes your other E1B1A too, right? Still E1B1A. V38 is the one you want to find. If you find V38, guess what you found? You found the root to Israel. You found the father lineage of Israel, right? There's no way to deny that. That's going to be either of your line of Eber, right? And you're going to be obviously your line of closer to Abraham. That's very important. Most likely, this is going to be somewhere around Abraham. That's very important because from here, we get two lineages, two major lineages from P2, right? Most likely, this is what you're going to have around Abraham. And you're going to have your E1B1B, and you're going to have your, over here, E1B1A. So it's going to be different lineages, different lineages. But this is what I wanted to show, that the change of Mota had to do with the change of the adding of V38. So V38 changed the chart. That's very important. That's why Mota is important to note. Mota is an important lineage to note. So that's the root right there. I'll talk about that when we get back there. Let me go over here. So, and that's what makes Mota, and the reason why Mota is a great find is because technically Mota will be evidence of the groupings of peoples, right? I have a belief of what I believe it is. The reason why is because it's on another purpose. But if you follow the lineages, you'll find that they are in the Levant, and you'll find them obviously in different areas, upper areas, because what is said about Shem is that Shem, the line of Shem, also was at the river of, get this word right, at the river in India. You'll see that in the book of Flavius Josephus' New Complete Writings. Look up Shem, and you'll see that Shemites went to the land of what's the word I'm looking for? India, which we can still find them there, right? The Siddis, Siddis, and the Marsh Arabs. You can find them in the Marsh Arabs. You can also find them in the Afro-Iranians, right? Afro-Iranians. So you find E1B1A up here in different groups. There's also obviously a little more to that because I haven't went over this source right here, but this is something else to go over. That's just something I like to save sources that aren't brought out yet just for the sake of bringing it out in the right time. But let me go over here. Let me show you something. The reason why I'm saying that is because it has to do with, right, this is your E1B1 C branch and whatnot, E1B1A2 and whatnot. I talk about this and whatnot, but let me go over and show you something. So you can see right here, this will be a branch, a close-up of that branch. So you can see your E1B1A2, right? This is going to be your Israel and everything, right? Just wanted to show a little bit of that. So right here, this is more of what I believe it to be. These are going to be more of your Ishmaelites, but more, I actually now believe that they're not just Ishmael. They're more of children of, all these are children of Eber. Everyone that you see right here are all children of Eber, right? Ishmaelites came from Eber. Abraham came from Eber. They all came from Eber. These are all children of Eber from one branch, from under P2. Now, what's important, what I mean about that is that if they all come from P2, they're all monophylactic with P2. All E1B1 groups are monophylactic with P2, all of them. That means any group that comes from P2 are monophylactic. That means they're one family. But let me show you something what's very important to know about monophylactic groups. Only E is monophylactic with E. You hear what I'm saying? Like it doesn't, what I mean is that E groups are all monophylactic with each other. Like you can make E groups all Shemites, no problem. There's no problem with doing that. But you know what's interesting about T and J? Let me show you something about T and J. All right, so I'm going to draw something here. There's two groups that come forth, right? There is a CT group, right? All these are all connected. Your CF and your DE that I was showing, where you get your D and E groups. You're going to get your D and E groups from one. I'm going to show a chart with that. But first, both of these come from CT. This one and this one comes from CT. So I'm going to put CT right here. The reason why I say that is because you can see it. I'm going to go over here. You can see it yourself when I go back to the start of the chart. You can see CT right there. Now, I already showed this before, but I want to make sure this is understood. A and B lineages do not make CT lineages. That's very important. We know that because if you ever see an unrooted chart is going to give you the basic clarity to it. I'll show you that. So there's 3 different charts that a geneticist sees. There's your circular mode, there's your normal mode, and an unrooted mode. What you want to look at is an unrooted mode. Unrooted mode is going to show you how a chart really looks. This is how it looks. B and A lineages are not the same as D and E lineages, and your CF lineages, CF, create all these lineages. Because after you get to your T and R's, all these are related under K. All these are related under K, under CF. That's very important. We'll note that on the chart once I open this, and we'll talk about it real fast. So let's make the chart. I'm gonna show you a full monophylactic group of the line of Japheth. And also I'll show you it on another way how we know they're not related, how they're not the same. Let me show you. I'm gonna go down real fast, and I'm gonna show you right here. We'll go up a little bit, or rather right here. All right, so you see this little thing right here? This is a report that came out. It was about how basically the out of Africa idea didn't have enough evidence, because when they look at a unrooted chart, this is an unrooted chart is what you're seeing here. They actually see how it splits. This is your CT and BT. I'll talk about that there. I'll talk about what they are and everything. What's important is that your A and your B lineages do not make these lineages. This is your CT. Right here is your CT lineage. Your A and your B lineages don't make these lineages. What you're actually seeing, see these ages here? It actually is going downwards, right? I could turn it sideways and it'd be the same result. Or I turn it upside down, it'd be the same result. But just to understand that this is the old times and this is our time. It's more new. Watch what you see here. This is your CT. From CT, you get D, right? You get your D and you get your E groups, right? D and E are related. D and E are one, right? You see these circles right here? This is just a major split. These are just gonna let us know about major splits. Right here is our major split. But notice what we're gonna see when we go to the F side, and we're gonna start charting it. We're gonna chart it. So first, what do we see here? There's actually two lineages that come from here. CT, right here, you'll see C. C splits into C1, C2, and C3. So right here is going to be your C's, and you're going to have your F group. So CF. So note that we're going to put it on the chart, and we're going to make it monophylactic. So from CT, you get a C, and you get a F group. So under C only makes C's. So underneath here, we're only going to have C's. So that's very important. Underneath there, it's going to have C's. So right here, you're just going to have your C's. I'm just going to do that just to represent it. Right here. So what do you have? You have your C1, right? You get your C1 groups. You get your C2 groups right there. Move this over a little bit right there. And you get your C3. You get a C3 group, which I'll put right here so I don't take much room. Because we need a lot of room for F. We're going to need a lot of room. We're going to need a lot of room. All right, so C1, C2, and C3 come from C. Now let's talk about F. What comes from F? All right, so let's first look at the chart. F makes GHIJK, right? GHIJK and everything. Let's go over here. From F, we get a branch. These are all one under GHIJK. They're all one. But F also makes other lineages. F makes other lineages, which I'm going to just put in short. Just like how your C, you got C1, C2, C3. You get F1, F2, F3, things like that, of that sort. There's a little idea of it. But here's where we're gonna get your monophylactic groups of your J and T groups, right? Let's continue with it. What else do we get from here? We get a split of two lineages. We're gonna get two lineages that come from here. Let's check it out. What two lineages do we get? Well, we get a G. Right off the back, we're gonna get a G, right from here. And then we also are going to get the other remainder of these lineages. We'll get the other remainder of these lineages, which is H. In fact, I'm going to make it right here, which is HIJK. You see what you got right there? So you see it's just removing a G. There's a G. We can see that also with the group. I'm going to close it so you can see that it's all monophylactic. So right here, GHIJK, you open it. And what do we get? A G. So G comes from it. And then we're going to have an HIJK. More is going to come from HIJK. What else comes from HIJK? IJK and H. Let's write that down. So right from that group, you're going to get an H. And you're going to get an IJK. We're going to note these. Because we're getting closer to a monophylactic group. Well, even though these all are monophylactic. These are all monophylactic underneath here, right? And then you're going to get your IJK, right? What do we mean by monophylactic? Let me make little circles here to make these nodes. So this is what a node is a whole branch. Is a whole branch. So this is one node. Here's another one. Here's another one. This one right here also is a node. Because remember, there's many different ways to draw a tree, right? From F will be a node, right? Make that a little more clear. GHIJK will be a node. It will be considered as a branch. And then GHIJK will be one. Anywhere where you see these circles, right? I probably should have put the C right here, the CT right there or something. But that counts as a node right here, pretty much. That probably makes it a little better. Right there. CT is a node, but I'll take that away because I don't want to make it too crazy. I just put it like that. And a line there. or something like that. I don't know. Just to make it clear. Now here's also another node right here. IJK. What does that mean? That means like it'll count as a monophylactic group. You can make a monophylactic group from that branch, right? Let's make another branch. We're almost there, right? Bear with me as we do these things. I know it seems tedious, but this is the truth of the biblical narrative. What this is the truth of the biblical narrative. So now you're going to get your major groups from here. This is where you're going to get your IJKs, right? From here, you're going to get a split of IJ, or let's put it more over here. IJ, right? IJ and your K here, right? Now we're going to start to get a little more pinpoint. So IJK, what you're going to get from there, you get your IJ and your K, right? These are all monophylactic. You see right here, IJ, you're going to get your K. From your K, you're going to get K and LT. I'm going to put that down. Because LT, from here, LT is still a K. That's very important. So you don't get major splits like this in the C group because they're all basically, closer related than others. Though this line is all one. All this line is one. The F line is all one. As you can see here, these are all one. But let's put it down. So K, you're going to get your LT groups and you're going to get your K groups, right? Underneath K, you're going to get your, right here, you're going to get a lot. We're going to write them all down. So you're going to get your, I'll write down the sum of it. The sum. So basically, just to say it, didn't mean to click that. All right, so this is what you get from it. From K, you get your M, S. We can make those branches too, but I'm not going to make them because it's too many branches. I'm just going to throw them on there just to make it, just get an understanding of it. M, S, P, Q, R. All right, we're going to put them on there. There's more. We'll look at them too, of the more. So from K, you're going to get a split here, right? This one too, you're going to get a split. 2 splits from here. All right? You're going to get 2 splits. You're going to get your L group, and you're going to get your T group. From here, you'll get your M, S, R. Well, let me make a space. M, S, R, or Q, R. There's more, which you can see there's actually a couple different branches that open, and you'll get different ones and whatnot, different groups. Here's one. Just get little ideas of them and whatnot. They also have your K's, N's, and O's. Make sure we put that on there too. Those are all under the same branch. So you get your K's, M's, and O's, or N's and O's. I'll put it alphabetically. There. So all these come from K, right? And then from your LT, which comes from K, you're going to have your LT groups. That's very important. You make the nodes. So right here is a node. What do I mean about a node? So you see how, let's say if you pick T, you know what you have to do if you pick T? You see how this line is like this? If you pick T, you have to pick this node. If you pick T, you have to pick this node because this technically is not a node. There's actually 2 different splits from K. That's technically not a node. Let me show you what I mean by it's not a node, and that's technically from K. Dr. Nathan Jensen actually had touched on this. He was saying something very interesting, which we're going to talk about a little bit, which this has to do with monophylactic groups, right? So what you'll see in one of his designs is that he actually said that T and L were Jews. Now, understanding genetics, he made it monophylactic, right? If T and L are Jews, then if we connect it to the node, right, we have to connect it to the node on genetics. We have to. If we connect it to the node and we say these are Jews, then we're saying these are Shemites. We're saying that this came from we have to say that these are all Shemites, because a Japhanite cannot make a Shemite, and a Shemite cannot make a Japhanite. So if we're saying that this is a Shemite, then this has to be a Shemite, and this has to be a Shemite. Are all these Shemites? Are all these Shemites? Is all L Shemites? Is MNOPQRS all Shemites? Are all those Shemites? We got to ask ourselves that in a sensible question and with a sensible understanding. No, but understand when he brought this out and he said T were the Jews, right? What's important about that is that he correctly made it monophylactic. That has to be a monophylactic group. But you know what's interesting about that? Let's take a look at that chart again. What did we just say? If these are Shemites, what does that mean that this has to all be? This should be a line of Shem. But what's interesting is on this same graph, if you just go back one ancestor to IJK, from IJ, you know what you see? Dr. Nathan Jensen made J and I Japhatic. What does that mean if he made J and I Japhatic? I and J are Japhatic. T are on one branch. What does that mean? If they all on one branch, then they're all one family. So that's what makes it monophylactic, right? Mono meaning one, phylactic just basically meaning family, right? Haplogroup IJK makes IJ and K, which makes T, right? If you make IJK one family, IJK, if IJ is Japhatic, then IJK is Japhatic. That's very important. That's just a fact, right? Because they're all going to be connected by one node, one family. But if we go with the E group, we'll notice that they're all going to be the same, right? Both of these are Shemites, and we can find out that they're Shemites. That's very important. We can locate them. But what I wanted to show was the branch going and making E1. I'm not going to draw on this one because we just basically did when we just looked at this right here. But I wanted to show this one because I think the Japhatic family is the largest and the most complex of the families. But it's not hard to understand when you understand how a node works or how a monophylactic group works. Monophylactic groups, to make it clear, a monophylactic group is one family. This is why we're doing this, because once you understand this, no one can say a J is a Shemite and a T is a Shemite, but not make any of these Shemites. The big thing is that they always skip making these Shemites. You got to prove that these are Shemites. If you've proven that any of these are Shemites, then you got to prove that these are Shemites with these, right? In fact, I didn't make the split for this one, right? Which, you know, is pretty clear, but I'll just make it anyways. Right here. Right. Make it a little even-ish. All right. So right here will be your I, which we find in Cheddar Man and ancient European lineages, and J, which we find in the Greeks. That little over here. So if we say that, again, if we say that T are Jews, right? If we say T are Jews and we say J are Jews, then we have no choice but to make it monophylactic with IJK. If we make it monophylactic with IJK, that means they're all Japhanites. That's what it means. It means they're all Japhanites. But that's truth. That's just a truth. That's very important. That's just a truth. And I would love for someone to try to debate that. Even if a geneticist, we can have a conversation with a geneticist and I can show you. I can go to Family Tree right now and show you that what I'm showing you, they agree with. They will 100% agree with because it's a fact. It's a real truth. So underneath here, if you want to make it monophylactic, you make it one family, right? They're going to all be one, right? They're going to all be one group, all one family. That's very important. And we know that these aren't Shemites because they're far away, very far away. We're talking Oceania, Russia, ancient, far away distance, right? This is going to be a more Japhatic family. Right? It's very important, especially if we made Japhanites, which Dr. Nathan Jensen made it, and also I believe it so as well. So it's very important. So his little design just is very important to note that he just splits this part weird. The reason why I say he splits this part weird is because you can't split there. You can't make F Hamites and H and J and G. You can't make F, H, and G Hamites. Why do I say that? Why can't you make those Hamites? Right? Based on the genetic chart. Because if you look at how it roots and how it breaks, F, H, G, these actually, F makes all of these. F makes all of these branches under here. That's very important. All these are actually related. All these are actually related on one branch. And I'll show you that one branch, what I mean by one branch. So right here, right from CT, you'll see the stem. So remember, C is over here. And if you notice right here, you're going to get one stem out. This is a stem right here. That right there is a stem. I wonder if I use this magnifying glass. Yeah. So this part right here, you see that part right there, and right from CT, right from the big circle, going out and making a smaller circle. Now let's look at what you see here. Right here, you're actually going to get your different branches, right? You're going to get your Fs. This is going to have your F, G, H, right? These are all related. But notice that the stem goes outwards. They're still all related. These are still all related. Your I, J, these are all related, right? You see how it goes right here and it stems out, right? Making your I and your J, right? This is going to be your root coming out from your F, continuing on. Because if we cut this off, all these would not exist. None of these would exist without F, is what I'm saying. None of them, right? None of these will exist without the F group. So we need the F group to make any of these. That's very important. So with the F group, we can make these. But notice if we cut off the F group, we don't lose any of these groups. We don't lose none of these groups, right? If I cut off F here, all this will be gone, but not these, right? If I cut off F, we'll still have C, we'll still have D, we'll still have A, and we'll still have all these other lineages. That's very important. But F makes everything underneath it. That's monophylactic. That's an understanding of monophylactic. Monophylactic is just letting us know that they're all one family. All one family. We've talked about it a couple times. So you see right here, your I, J, they're all one. They come from right here. And then notice you're going to continue on to your K. See your K group right there? So your K group, these are all one. All these are one from one branch, right? All these are going to actually come from your K. So right here, you're actually going to, this is actually what you see. CT, HIJK, or GHIJK, HIJK, IJK is what you're seeing there. You see what's going on there? Or more or less, GHIJK, GHIJK here, and then you're going to have your splits of GH over here, basically an F. And then over here, you have your IJK. Not that this is IJK. This is actually just K. This is IJK because this is what's going to connect these two. This is what's going to connect these two in the sense. And then you're going to get these all being connected. These are all going to be connected right here. And then this is going to be your major K, right? Your K groups that makes all these groups. So remember, this is your K. This is going to be because K makes K1, K2, K3, and all those whatnot. Just like how F makes F1, F2, and then C makes C1 and C2. They all make their own little groups. So K is also a group, but all these are one. All these stem from one branch. You see what's going on there? All these stem from one branch. K, L, T, N, O, Q, R. They all are one. All those are one branch. They're monophylactic with this stem right here. All of them are monophylactic. That's very important. Being monophylactic, these are going to be one family, right? Monophylactic, the word monophylactic actually comes from the Greek word one tribe, right? One tribe, right? All Japhetic. Everything under here is going to be Japhetic. That's very important, right? So with that understanding, you got to understand the root is F-M89. F-M89 makes all of these underneath it, all these underneath it, which you can see with the tree. If we go up and we close F, well, CF, where we get your split of C and F, we'll actually have a closed group. You see how it closed like that? If I open it, you'll see your CF groups. But if I close it, then you'll see that it's all monophylactic under CF. Everything's all one, right? That's very important. In fact, it lets you know that 91% of the tree is under CF. 91% of the tree. How much of a percent of the tree is under DE? Only 7.9%. Only 7.9% is under DE. That's very important. But 91% of the tree is under CF. 91. So that's going to be a major family there. Be a major family. But let me see how everyone's doing. Let's see. Yep, I can show you C2, I'll show you the split of that. That's a great monophylactic understanding. In fact, we'll go to E and we'll make it monophylactic. Let me see what this brother's saying. Let me see. In the Jewish Talmud, remember the Talmud is an abomination, but we can use some sources out there just for a reference, but it is an abomination. It talks about an Amorite king or giant surviving called Og. That's also in the Bible. Could Noah be CT and Og be haplogroup A? So now that's the thing. Og was an Amorite. Now the Amorites had connections with the land of Babel. At the time of the rise, at the peak of the Amorites, we also did a video on the Amorites. The Amorites owned part of the Levant and they owned part of Babel. This was before the Canaanites had power in that land, before the Canaanites had power. But the Amorites had ruled in that area. Now, what group could he be? We don't 100% know, but he could have been C because a lot of the C groups were known as giants. And that's what I was talking about. When they was talking about the Neanderthals, a lot of the C groups were known as being the Neanderthals. But we also see that he could have been anything, to be honest with you. All could have been anything. But CT is going to be the earliest roots. That's what I was showing you here. That CT technically would be your early roots. So you would be right to call CT and BT Noah. Technically, you would say CT and BT would be Noah. Necessarily would be the ancient lineages is CT and BT. This is BT. This is CT. And we talk about it a couple different times where we talk about none of the African haplogroups make CT or BT. Basically, what you can see right here, and that non-African haplogroup BT and CT do not descend from the African ones. That's very important. I mean, that basically lets you know that Africans don't make people. Like, I didn't come from an A group. I myself didn't come from an A group. You see what I'm saying? We all didn't start off as being Hamites because that's what they're trying to sell you. They're trying to tell you that all the A and B groups made all these groups, but that's not true. That's why we was looking at this, how it actually divides. It actually divides from BT-CT. BT-CT is the actual split where everyone splits. But that was a good question. In fact, let me see. Can you show me where that's I was told. Yep. No. E1A didn't go extinct, and that's why we'll go over this. I'll even show you E1A in the ancient Levant. I can show you E1A in the ancient Levant. Let me see if I can find it real fast. It was when we I just basically scanned over it when we did a live on JP58. I had found E2. You can see an E2 there. And what area is this? You can see here. This will actually be, fairly interesting. Is a fairly interesting location, I guess, to make it clear. It's in the upper areas. It's up here. So yeah, I know this looks kind of like light, but they were up here, right? E1 or E2 was up there. That's just E2 for now. But I'm gonna show you E1. So E2 was up there moving around with like the Scythians and stuff like that. I talked about that and whatnot. Why I couldn't tell you why they were moving with them, but they were, right? They were up in the area with the Scythians, little areas like this. So they went up, caught a ride, moved around a little bit. But we do find E1. Let me see if I can find it real fast, right? You can see a lot of ancient lineages up north. You got some C's, some A's, right? C's are really interesting. A's, obviously, because A's, they say, is only in Africa. But let me see. I got an E1 somewhere. This one just has E1B, E1A somewhere I have, definitely. Just looking here. Just scroll down. But I'm doing a note on E1. I am doing a note on E1. It was just one of those ones that I had to find a lot of information first. Because a lot of these groups, they hide the information, but when you find it, you found it. You found the information. But I did find an E1 in the north. I'll find that soon, and then I'll do a live on it. I'll do a live on that. But first, let's go over the monophylactic groups of E2 and E1. Let's talk about that. Let's make it monophylactic. All right, so let's make E monophylactic. So we made CT because now that's one branch of CT, but another branch of CT is DE. Okay, so what we have here, let me actually make it another color. What we will have here, we will first go from our original split. And I'm going to do my best to make it as thorough as possible. So your first split is going to be at E-96. That's going to be your start, E-M96, right? And you can note that on the early branch, right? Going back. Let's go back a little bit. Obviously, don't be a Google warrior. Don't use just don't take everything off of Wiki and say that's all that there is. You got to dig a little deep sometimes. Not saying that Wiki isn't useful. Wiki, this site, this information that you see here was updated. Is very hard to change because you got to be a licensed geneticist and all that stuff to actually be able to do it. You got to get approved to alter these things. But just for the clarity, you can dive deeper into these sources. So sometimes they'll say their homeland is Africa and all that stuff, possibly, right? But we know that if you look at place of origin, what do we see? They'll tell you place of origin is actually Eurasia. Why? Not Africa, but Eurasia, right? Place of origin is Eurasia because the earliest E ever found is in Eurasia. That's the earliest E that's ever found is in Eurasia. And I can show you that for P2. In fact, let me show you real fast while we break it down. Because what we're gonna do is make it monophylactic to see how it all splits. So this one's very early, but we have an earlier one. So right here, necessarily. So you see this E, and you see the E2, the XE2, XE1A, XE1B1A, and this group right here, and then you see your XE1B1B and whatnot. What it basically is just saying, what that is basically saying is that this E is before, whenever you see an X like this, that means is excluding it or is before it, right? It'll be a group that's before it. Like how you see this J here is X these groups. It's just saying that it's before these groups, right? Or excluding these groups. This E is actually, if you break it down and you find it, it's actually E-96. That's what this is. It's the earliest E, and it's found in Jordan. So that's very important. E-96. But we're gonna note E1B1, P2. We're gonna note that as well. Let's go over here. All right, so we're gonna build it. So right from this split, you're gonna get two lineages. You're gonna get two lineages, and we'll talk about it real fast because it's actually fairly important. Let me actually open it up on this for a clear split because I already have I probably don't even need to build it. I already have it. I already have a split for these. Let me just show that real fast. A decent tree. A little better one with more on it. Let me see. Okay, right here. All right, so let me show you. So remember, from Noah, you're going to get Shem, Japheth, and Ham. And you can see, if you look at it, right, these are monophylactic, right? You see how they bend like that and go and make their own and whatnot and make these, right? For example, what do I mean by monophylactic? Shemite, all the Shemites are monophylactic. Everyone comes from Shem. These are all monophylactic, one family, one tribe. If we go to the line of Abraham, right, we know that everyone under Abraham leads to one father, right? Abraham, everyone underneath it, Ishmael and Keturah's sons and Isaac, all 1, 2, 3. You see these three different individuals. Obviously, from Isaac, you get Esau too, right? Esau and Jacob and everything. But all of them are monophylactic, right? They're going to all be one family, right? That's very important. Very, very, very important. Now, what's important about it, obviously, you have this before lineages, like right here, Terah, which creates the children of Lot, Moab, and Ammon, and whatnot, and then the ones right here that you see. So that's very important because it helps us find families. But I'll show you the E group monophylactically. So right here, right from E. In fact, I don't need to draw it because it's right here. Now I need to change this. The reason why is because I don't believe that this is only Ishmael anymore. But I do believe that it's Shemites. I do believe that they're Arabians and they are Shemites, but I don't believe that it's only Ishmaelites. I don't think that E1B1B is only Ishmaelites. I think E1B1B has split from E1B1 earlier, and E1B1B is going to be there longer, and you're going to see more mutations of E1B1B and many more Shemites. But then you'll get a later split, which that's what that live yesterday was about. That E1B1A is only born in the Neolithic time frame. That's very important. V38, we only find V38 in the Neolithic time frame. The earliest one that we find is the one that we found with Mota. and we can link Mota all the way back to the Levant. That's very important. That's what I was talking about with that. So remember, they all come from these branches here. They all come from these branches. But your E1, B1, V38, that's where you're going to get your M2. And you're going to get your E1, B1A too, right? They're going to all come from, right? Different individuals that come from those branches and whatnot. But let's start at the root. So from our root, we're going to get M96. And then right there, you're going to get a split. You see this little branch right here? So you see your root. You're going to go from two splits right here. This is going to be your E1. This is going to be your E2. This is going to be your E2. This is going to be your E1. So there's your E1, E2, right? So E1, E2. So you're going to have two different lineages. They're still Shemites, right? These are still Shemites. These are still one family. They will be monophylactic with E96. It's very important. They'll be monophylactic with E96, but they'll be one family. Let me make sure. All right. Amen, amen. Just seeing how everyone's doing. Yep. So, and I'll show you E1A soon. I'll do a whole live on it. E1A, I'll do a live on E1A and E2. I'll do a live on E1A and E2. Because I think those are groups that no one really touch on. And I like touching on these because just, it's interesting. It's interesting to see the life in the blood. So y'all have put it there. So you can see right here, we're going to have our different branches. This is your E2, right? Obviously coming from DE. But your E2 is going to be 1, and then it's going to be E1. Now, if we click on E1, we're going to get a split here, right? We're going to get two different lineages here. So what are we going to get? From E1, you're going to get your E1A, and then you're going to get your E1B. So E1A and E1B, some just say E1B1, just to make it simple. But E1A and E1B, these ones will be monophylactic with E1. These will all be monophylactic. These will be one family. But now, what we also have to understand, right, at this point, what's important to understand, I'm going to go over here. You're going to get this one, which is E1. So M33 is E1. M33 is E1, but they're still family, right? You see what I'm saying? They'll be still family, but they would necessarily be another branch. So it'd be something like this. And I'm not saying that they are Moabites, just to show this, but they will be a little earlier than Abraham. And they might be like Terah or something like that. But they could be one of these, but just made an E1. They could be of Eber, it could be of one of these that made an E1. You know what I'm saying? But from the closeness of it, it's not as far back as E2. So E2 will be more like something like here, like from Elam or Asher or Lud or Aram. That's going to be very important. These could be E2 without a doubt, but these ones could be more like your E1B1B because you're going to get your Eber and you're going to get your E1B1, E1B1B. This will be more like an E1B1B, and then this will be like your E1B1B as well. I guess I wouldn't think that Moab and Ammon would more be E1A, but E1A would be more like something very early, but not from E2, but still from your root of Shem. So you're going to get a root from Shem, and then you're going to get Elam, which Elam I found to be D. Elam I found to be the D group. I can prove that with sources all the way to Susa. Susa is the homeland of the capital of Elam. I can find you what they say Negro heads and haplogroup D in the land of Elam. I can show you all those things that trace all the way to their migration all the way to Japan. I can show you all those things, how they got recordings in China of this group, this Negroid people coming into China and passing over and going into Japan. I can show you all those things. That Elam, I know that that's the D group. But you can have probably Asher could be E1A, right? Asher could be E1A, and this could be E2, right? This is going to be E2. Just to give an idea, understanding what I mean by these monophylactic groups. But this one most likely will be your E1, B1. Now, you're going to have a lot of E1, B1s until you start getting your major splits of the later lines, and you'll start seeing E1, B1B and E1, B1A. But what is interesting is that we see E1, B1B fairly early. Fairly early, we see E1, B1B. Let me go over here. So what I mean by monophylactic, so you can see right here, M96 is going to make your E2 and your E1. From your E1, you're going to get E1A and you're going to get E1B. And then you're going to start getting those major splits. Your E1A1 or E1B1A, V38, and you're going to get your E1B1B, which is Ishmael. Now, the reason why I put these on here like that is just because now after reviewing it, obviously I don't think that all of a sudden you get a fast mutation, that you get Abraham, that you get Isaac. How Y chromosomes work is that they're basically, how is the best way to put this? The best way to put it is that your Y chromosomes, there's a center part of the Y chromosome that doesn't go through recombination, but your tips, which is 2.5 at the top and 2.5 at the bottom, they get recombinated by the mtDNA. So that's why sometimes you'll get certain families that are certain groups because of basically the changing of the Y chromosome, and it'll show like that's their group of peoples. Like a lot of the E1B1B, you'll see them with a lot of European lineages, but a lot of E1B1A, you'll see them with a lot of L3s, L1s, L2s, things like that. But these ones will have like Europeans like U6 and U5 and K. And sometimes you'll see them with an M group, which is like a Far Islander group. But it's possible that the first, I'm not going to make a conclusion, but these ones had different females at times, and these ones had different females at times. So sometimes you'll see them with different females, but they're still a male. A male can't mix, right? Like, for example, if E1B1A was to link with someone with a C group, like C1, they would never mix, right? They will never mix, but sometimes you'll see them mix with females. You'll see them with the same females. Like, for example, E1B1B, that's what we was talking about the other day. E1B1B mixed with the female lineages of the C groups, which were quote unquote Neanderthals, right? I even showed a flyer where they say they were misquoting and calling C groups Neanderthals. So they were calling C groups Neanderthals at times because they would be like early roots. But they mixed in with their females. They end up mixing with their females. And we can find that with the Iberasians and their migration. That's how we know the Iberasians are after they left the Levant. How do we know? Because the female lineages, they didn't just get those females out of nowhere. They got those female lineages when they mixed with the Neanderthals. So when we find the Iberasians with the same females after they left the Levant, that's very important. I had talked about that before. I probably didn't talk about it that day when I was doing that live because that had to do with the T group. But if you see our live on a T group, which we had a nice little conversation on, I had talked about how they basically found the earliest Natufian finds in Mount Carmel. In Mount Carmel, they found early Natufians. And what they found out is that those Natufians, their homeland was here. They found out that their homeland was actually over here. They said this was their homeland. And remember, I showed that with Abraham, that Abraham went up and he said, go get my family from my homeland, right? Go get it from my homeland and things like that. The Central Semitic. Because what's important, few people know this, but the land of Sumer was originally Shemitic, but then the language changed, the Akkadian and cuneiform, cuneiform. Those happened after the invasions of the land by the Amorites and different nations, different upper nations that came there. But notice what you see here, because we also find E1B1A here too. And that's how we also find E1B1A here and then going downwards, as you can see right here. And that's what we was talking about yesterday, how this same group started here, went downwards, and swept across here. And that's why the Eurasians had the exact same female groups. That when I was talking about the T, what's important about that is that I was talking about how basically the T groups, this is on a note about T, it talks about how basically the humans were mixing, and the C groups and the E1B1B groups were mixing together, and they were basically mixing females. They were mixing with females. And that's why they say that E1B1B, quote unquote, was mixing with Neanderthals. That's just important because it lets us know the earliest location of them. That lets us know that, and remember, E1B1B are just counted as Shemites. I don't count them as Israelites. But the E1B1B groups were mixing with Neanderthals. And that's what we was talking about when we was talking about these things before. We was talking about the E1B1B group over there mixing with Neanderthals. That's very, very important. Very, very, very important. The reason why that's important is because that same group that left the Paleolithic, right? The Natufians that left the Paleolithic, they had those U6s and the Ks, those European groups that mixed with them. And that's because of that mixing that had happened. That's just because of that mixing that was going on that time. So I'm gonna go back over here. So I just wanted to comment on that because when you see the E1B1B group, you'll see them with European lineages at times. Let me see. What do you think? The E1 is stepchild mutation. That's a great question. This question is a great question. Who do you think E1A is a stepchild mutation? I'm gonna do a live on that, and I'll bring out my conclusion of who I think they are based on their migration and route, and they're in the north. They're in the upper north, so you're gonna see some fairly interesting things with that. So I couldn't make a conclusion right now. I wouldn't make a conclusion right now because I didn't sit there and put all the pieces together yet and look at them and consider. But I did come across a couple different E1As and E2s that I found when I was studying on the honestly, when I was studying on the Amorites and the ones that were going in different areas. Now, I'm not saying they are Amorites because an Amorite technically would be a Hamite, and a Hamite technically is an A and B group. Rather, they would be just like how with the Amorites, we find T groups, we find J groups, we find E1B1B groups. The Amorites was more of a mixed, mingled people. So that's what it would come down to, actually separating them from everyone else and isolating them and then noting their migration, which no one has ever done yet. I never seen it done yet. I haven't seen a study on E1B1 or E2 in that way, but we can do that. We could take the time and find out the information that we have, and I'll give you a conclusion on who I think it would be based on his migration. There's no doubt that they're Shemites. There's no doubt at all that they would be Shemites because it's all monophyletic with EM96. So that will give you your Shemites. Now, what's important, now remember how I showed some of these things and whatnot, what's going on here with these different ones? I'm going to just go over. Matter of fact, I'll close this because we don't need that now. We don't need this, and I'll leave this here. All right. So what I was basically concluding is that if we make this monophylactic, which on this I didn't make it monophylactic yet on the E, but you just seen it. EM96 makes basically. I'll just do it for a summary. I'll make a summary on this thing right here. From your EM96, you're gonna get two branches. You're gonna get E1, or let's put E2 on this side and E1. So you're going to get your E2 and E1. From E2, you're going to get your branches under E2. From E1, you're going to get branches under E1, such as, notice E1 is not yet E1B or E1A yet. But you're going to get, right after this, make it a little more clear, right after this branch, you'll get your E1A and you'll get your E1B. So you get your E1A and E1B. Now E1B makes your E1B1A and whatnot. Right here, you're gonna get your, two splits. I'm gonna just go to it. In fact, I don't know why I just closed that. Let me go back to it. E-M33. That's gonna be your E1A. Right? It's gonna be your E1A on there. You click that. All right, so let's go back one right here, P47 or P147. Now watch what we do from here. We're gonna go now to P177. Now this is where you're gonna get your split. From P177, you're gonna get a split of P2, or you're gonna get this one. You're gonna get this one right here. Now this one doesn't have a like a thing. But there is a split from here. There is a split. It's not really talked about, but there is another lineage. I can't really, what's the word I'm looking for? Go into it. But let me show something real fast on that. 75. Now this is not your early M75. This is EP75, not your EM75. So I got to show that real fast. What I mean by that. So like right here, you get a split, right? going back a little bit, right here, you're going to get your M75. So E-M75 will give you your E2. So if you click this, you'll notice that this one would be, I'll go down a little bit just to show it, right? M75, go up a little bit, right here, M75. Now I'm going to show you your EP75. I don't think they have one on here, but M75, that's going to be your E2. So you can see your E2A, E2, different E2s and whatnot. That's going to be your E2. But there's another branch that is not on here that is a fairly interesting one. I'm gonna go back over here, and I'll just address it. So I'll just click this, and then over here, and then over here, and then P2. We're gonna note P2, but note this P75. So P75, let's see if I can find it on here real fast. So right here. And if you note, it'll try to say it's this, but it's not. That's not what it is. But right here it's like a mutation that it doesn't have a page, right? It says page doesn't exist. So it says page doesn't exist. So I'm gonna show that. First, let me get a charger. I'm off today, so I'm just here to have a holy conversation with the brethren, especially those who be of Shem, especially those who be of Shem, and especially those that want to know the truth, like any of the sons of Japheth that accepted Christ, that accept the truth. So this is a conversation with the sons of God. That's what this is. Let me just plug this up. All right. So now I'm just gonna skip that one because, like I say, they don't have a page for it. I could, show the roots because we can open it up on here. Let's just click it just to show it, just for the sake of understanding. So right here, you're gonna get, you see that P right there? So you're gonna get a couple different branches. So here is gonna be one, right? So right here, early is gonna be your E2. Right here, this is gonna be your E2. And they say it's only like 0.1%, which is that's fine. Just means it's more rare. And then you'll have right here, this is split. That's gonna give you your, your E1, B1 necessarily, or E1, B1. Yeah, E1, B1. And then you're gonna get your V38. So you're gonna get your E1, B1, then you're gonna get your right here, a different one that is a different tree, right? I couldn't tell you what that is. Someone might be it, but that will be a different opening for a different tree. But this is the one we want to note right here. Let's keep it on. So right here, we're going to go to P2. So we're going to put down P2 because this is the more common one. So right here, we'll actually have, this will actually be your P2. This one right here would actually be your P2. This E1B1, this E1B actually makes another lineage, and then it makes your P2. So it makes your E1, B1, P2 or P2. That's very important. And then you get another branch. You get another one. You get another E. That one, I kind of don't want to put on the chart because it might be kind of confusing because it doesn't have like a short name. But it comes from here and everything, and then it makes its own. So you can see this one. Well, this one right here is E1. But there's one that's not even on this thing. I don't know why they don't even put it on this thing. I just realized that it wasn't on here. I just realized that. So it's not there, but technically it comes from P177. It's one that's fairly interesting. I never tried to chart it before, but they don't have a page for it, I guess, to make that. I don't know if they're saying that it's not there, or I don't know what to say about that, be honest with you. And it's not even on Family Tree. I don't know why they don't have it on Family Tree DNA. But that's going to be one we'll just let me try to find it. Just try to find it once. Otherwise, I'll try to find it a little later because I never actually what's the word I'm looking for? Put this one down. I never actually put this one down because I never found no one with this one. I never found no one with this one and never needed to go over it. But I'm not going to try to look for it. Sometimes they have the tree and stuff. It's taking a little bit to load. I'll just let that one be. That one I'll let be. But I'll just write it down just for the sake. Just for the sake. I'll just put this down. This will be your E-P, right? 75. That's what that would be. Now, let me just make it a different color or something to, maybe that'll give it too much attention. I don't know. But that's a different one. I don't know what that is. It's a different one. It comes from this. But this one right here is the one we want to look at. So from here, you're going to get two splits. All right? We'll just make this like this. Right? What splits do we get? We're going to get, obviously, the more one that's accepted as Shemites, E1, B1B. That one's no problem accepted as Shemites. But the one that's controversial and the one that many people don't want to accept as Shemites is E1B1A. Oops. E1. I don't know why I just did that. Oh, my arm's resting on it. E1B1A, right? V38. V38. And what comes from V38? Right? Because this one, you're obviously going to get your different branches here as well. Because there are some different branches that come from this. Two main branches. It's going to be your E-M35 or M35, M34. Those ones come from this one. And then from here, you also get your E-M215. So those are going to be very important to note. Those are E1, B1B. Sometimes you'll see E1, B1B written like this, E3B. But be careful because there is one E3B that is written like that, but it is a E1, B1A. And Benny actually showed that one in one of his videos. And that's one that is just important to note, I guess. One that's just important to note. Which I added to the note that we did a live on, as I'm always adding to these notes. But I added something to the note that we just did live on yesterday. I don't know what just happened there. Let me try that again. I'll show you what I added. Let me see if I got disconnected or something. All right, I don't know what's up with that. But let me go to a note here, right here. And I always make a copy when I make like big notes or major notes like that, because malfunction. Could have malfunction. Two. There's Bantu, highest among Kentu. I'm going to look at that, what the brother's saying there. All right, so let this open up real fast. I just want to show something on this and see what the brother's saying there. That's right. My exact one. That's nice. Nice. E2 is a Bantu haplogroup highest among Kenya. That's right. Highest among Kenya Bantu and South African Bantu. Yep. And remember, that's talking modern. That's after the migration of a long time. So we're talking modern genetics. Yeah, it's gonna be more in Africa at the modern genetics, but that's after the ruling of the Seljuk Turks that pushed a lot of the E groups out of Arabia. That's very important to note. But yes, that's good that you noted that. You found what you are. As I think it's good that we know ourselves, because Christ gives us who we are. But it's really interesting to know his work, the life and the blood, right? The biblical story is true. Okay, let me see if that loaded now. Okay. I'm having some technical difficulties with my notes, I think. But I did add something to this, but for some reason, maybe they're doing an update on the Evernotes, but I'll try it like this. In fact, I'll grab it off the note. So it's in this description. It's right here. Let me just try to open it myself like this, and maybe open it externally will be something that I can use. Just let that open up. I don't know why. I don't even know why. I have no idea why that's happening like that. I wanted to do that for all my notes. Yeah. All right. I don't know why my Evernote's behaving weird. My Evernote's behaving very strange. So I'll just let that be. But on there's a picture. There's another lineage that I talked about before that would have that on there. But let me go over here. So sometimes you'll see, just note what's after. If you ever see a E3B, note if you see a -219 or something like that, you got to note what it's going to be more related to. But this one right here, you're going to get a split. Right here, you're going to get a split. And let's note the lineages that we get here. In fact, let me actually remove this line. Oh, let me try that again. Oh, I didn't change it. All right. Now let me make the split. All right, so from here you get two splits. From V38, what do you get? You're gonna get your E1 B1 A1, right? You get your E1 B1 A1, and you get your E1 B1 A2. So you're gonna get your E1 B1 A1, and you're gonna get your E1 B1 A2. So that's what you're thinking about when you think monophylactic groups. Now let me actually make it monophylactic. So again, remember what we talked about, what makes it monophylactic? All these, well, let me take that away. Let's make it not feel. All right. So this one's monophylactic right here. These are all monophylactic, right? This is one family. These are all these are monophylactic with E1. All these are related with E1. E1B, all these are related. And then you get your P2. All these are going to be related. All these are related to these lineages. Now, obviously, these are going to be one, and these are going to be one. This is a monophylactic group underneath all of these. All your E1B1B groups, all these are monophylactic. Anytime you see an E1B1B, they're all monophylactic. Anytime you see any of these, or E3A, E3A, but why that still stayed red? E3A. So sometimes you'll see E3B or you see E3A. That's just the same. It's all the same. These are all monophylactic. This is the Israelite group. I'll make it green or yellow. This is the real Israelite group right here. And this is going to be necessarily the true Israelites. Anyone underneath here under M2 will be necessarily Israelites, but all are Shemites. So it's a blessed family, right? But Israel is the one that was selected, right? So we got to understand that just for the sake. And then obviously you have your A and B groups, which are just A and B. A and B groups. Oh, let me change the color of that. A. So right here will be your A and your B haplogroups. So that's very important. A and B haplogroups are their own, right? They actually come from BT. They actually are going to be a branch that comes from BT. A and B groups. That's very important. Now, what's also important about this, what you're seeing here, obviously seeing how the monophylactic groups, anywhere you see a red circle, anything underneath it are all related. So you see right here, you see all these are related. Everything under IJK are related. So IJK are related. And then anything that you see under E1, B1, P2 are all related. All these are related. That's what makes a monophylactic group. A monophylactic group is a group that is all related by its node or its root or its pretty much group that it comes from, right? Monophyletic, one family, pretty much. Mono meaning one, phylactic or genetic necessary, just basically meaning whatever it's from, or one family, one group, one root. That's very important. So the reason why I show that, because you got to make it monophylactic, right? If they don't make it monophylactic, then they're being suspicious. They're being very suspicious. So that was one of those things that was very important to know. But let's keep on keeping on and see how everyone's doing. Shalom, shalom. Yeah. Now that's the one that I was talking about. The Dogon, those were a group that was said to be persecuted by the Arabian groups and everything, but necessarily they wouldn't be Arabian. The Dogon weren't Arabian, but they were groups that were being persecuted by the Arabian groups, which was the E1B1B. E1B1B was kind of going at it with E1B1A. I mean, not E1B1A, E1B1, or E1A was being persecuted by E1B1B. E1B1B was persecuting E1B1A. You can find that on the Dogon information. They'll tell you that right off their information. Let me see. What do you guys mean your autosomal match with E1B1A? Autosomal tests show have a group as E1A or match majority E1B populations. I'm not really sure what that means, but it's just autosomal. If it tells you that you're E1B1A, that's just your father's lineage, right? But autosomal tests will also show your female lineage and how you basically move throughout time. Autosomal tests are nice for migrations. I don't really look into them too much because a lot of them can be modern information, only going up to 400 or 500 years ago. So not monophyletic. Autosomal tests, I don't really get into, but they do help with understanding migrations. But yes, that's one of those things that's good. So like I said, E1A is a stepchild. Yeah. In a way. Noting the monophylactic groups. So one more time, noting the monophylactic group, A and B groups are their own. None of the CF groups come from A and B groups. None of the CF groups come from A and B groups. When I say A and B, I'm talking about a real person, right? Because sometimes you'll see like an A group that's considered as a split, as a SNP. Those aren't peoples. You got to be careful on those ones, but you got to note which ones are considered peoples. Like BT and CT are peoples, and no one makes those. No one makes those peoples. They actually make everything underneath it. So CT, remember, this also comes from CT, from DE. That's important. I probably didn't put that here, but I'll just draw a line like this, right? I'll just draw a line, and I'll just call it DE. And then that connects to CT pretty much. CT makes all these lineages. But necessarily, I don't think I want to connect it like this, but I'll just connect it like that just for the sake. So DE actually comes from CT. Let me actually do that again. Let's do it again. I'll just do it like this. So DE, and go over here. All right. DE, right? DE stems from CT. So CT makes these groups, and it makes DE, and then it makes remember from DE, you're going to actually get a D group, which I'm not gonna do the monophylactic group of the D right now, but D group is indeed all monophylactic. So you're gonna have your D and you're gonna have your E groups. Your earliest one is E-M96. So that's very important. All these stem from CT. So CT makes these groups and it makes these groups. That's very important. And anything you see in the red circles are all one. They're all monophylactic, all related. And that's why I was showing you Mota. I was showing you this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. And also connecting them with this together to show how they're monophylactic. I was showing you how E1B1 makes E1B1B and E1B1A. But what we were noting is how E1B1A also moved with E1B1B in some places. In some places, they move together. But we also can isolate your V38, and final is migration, is movements. And that's what we have found out. We have found out that this was the Shemitic lineage that actually went into Arabia. And there's a kingdom. Go to, if you ever see my the Synthetic Sunday, I added a video. If you don't know about this kingdom, it's called Punt. 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 When I studied about it, I never knew about it. But when I studied about it, I just threw it on there because I don't think, not a lot of people know about it. I always put some extra, meats in there and stuff like that. But right here, I'm going to click this and show you something. There's an ancient kingdom. It's going to turn it down. There's an ancient kingdom in the Levant. It's called Punt. Why is that important? Because Punt connects Arabia and it connects Ethiopia. So Ethiopia and Arabia are connected. These are actually connected by an ancient kingdom called Punt, right? And if you notice what I was showing on the T group, well, on the T group, but on that T note, which I left, which I think if I try to leave again, it will leave it. Let me see. My notes are behaving odd. Oh, well, it worked. All right. But let me show you. I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to show you right here. You see this right here, what you're seeing here? You know what time frame this came out? Let me show you how old this thing is when this came out. You see what you're seeing right here? September 2021. A lot of these sources is brand new, fresh off the market. 2021. This is 2021 source, what you're seeing here. All right. It's genetic structure of the E groups in the Levant. That's very important. So 2021, that's brand new. I don't want to hear no one saying, oh, that's an old source. I've seen some people try to do that, but you find fossils and they try to debunk it with a new fossil. You can't debunk an old fossil with a new fossil. It's very important. An old fossil and new fossil. If the older fossil is older, it doesn't matter what time frame it was. It don't matter if it was found in 2013. It doesn't matter. If you found a fossil that predates the other fossils, it's a fossil indeed. That's important. But this is going to be from 2021, all right? And what we actually noticed from that thing, let me show you what we find. It just talks about what? The E1B, the Natufians and stuff like that. It lets you know their homeland and everything. Remember, E1B1, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, you don't get E1B1A. E1B1A does not exist in the Paleolithic, the Mesolithic, and it does not exist that much in the early Neolithic. It exists later in the Neolithic, the V38, and then you start seeing it pop up in the Bronze Age, right? That's very important. That's very, very, very important. That E1B1A is not that old. It's not that old. The recent common ancestor is only 6,000 years ago. It's very important. Make sure you got to look at those things carefully, very, very carefully. But you see right here, this is going to be the origin of the Shemites, the Shemitic people. But notice right here, there's a secret city. I'm going to show you a secret city. You see this modern South Arabia? You see how these groups are actually going into these areas here? But they started here and they're going into these areas. I was talking about that before. There's an ancient city that's important to know about. It's called Punt. It's called Punt. And it's talked about Egypt had connections with them. Other nations had connections with them. But they had connections with Arabia. This nation actually had connections with Arabia. It matches the route of the Shemites. It matches the route of the Shemites. It's also very important to know that Punt vanished. The information for Punt vanished, but we do have the information in Egyptian records. Egyptologists can tell you about Punt. They can tell you the information that's written about Punt. That's what this basically is, just a little information on Punt. Punt is a nation that connected these two, right? You see the questions there because they're like, what was up with Punt? What's the story with Punt, right? They know that Punt was a nation that Egypt even looked to. That Egypt looked to this nation like they was a greater nation, but they were connected here, right? They were connected here. And remember, we had talked about that, how some here went over here and they connect these continents together. That's very important. These two continents were once one continent. That's very important until it's split. This water that you see here wasn't here before. It just recently split during the time of Eber. This was actually dry ground. And then there was an opening here, and what it is a fault line. When these two continents split a little bit, the water from the sea came over here, and this became the Red Sea. This became the Red Sea. At first, it wasn't like that, but this was like a little crater. It was like a little what's the word I'm looking for? like a little, like a ditch. You know, it was like a little valley, right? It was like a little valley, and people were connected. They would go on here to there, but this was a valley. And then finally, the time came that these continents split and water spilled in, separating these. That's why in Elam's time, he had two sons, and it said during his time, the world was divided, right? During his time, the world was divided. The reason why is because it just lets us know the separation of those in the upper and those in the lower places. But we still can note the migration by the finds of the ancient genetics. That's right. Let's see how everyone's doing. So it's possibly Israel can be in the can Israel be any other clad than E1B1A? No, necessarily no, because the reason why is because E1B1A isn't just found in ancient times. E1B1A is also found in the area with it's uncontested, right? When we talk about the individuals that were found in San Tome, Principe, what's important about that is not just regular search. It's not just like a grab and go, like they're just searching for random people, but they were searching for the people based on historical references. They actually had like records and stuff that they were looking for the people with the records and everything, and they know that the Jews that went to that island, those were real Jews. Those were the actual people that were there. You can note on this part. Let me just go down a little bit. There's a piece that tells you that they were finding Jews. I'm just gonna open it right here, and that's why like San Tome is the best example for where the Jews went. But notice what it says right here. It just talks about some important things. Watch what it says right here. To what it says, the genetic impact of the historical Jewish migrations to San Tome, we selected a sample of unrelated individuals based on the following criteria, right? This is what's very important. It wasn't just a random search, it was according to certain criteria. Watch what it says. Sharing surnames with those included in the historical reports as Jewish migrants. Because when they took them to San Tome Principe, they had documentation of who went there. They knew who they were and where they were. That's very important. Showing cultural practices obviously related to the Jewish religion. So they were also still had practices there. So some of the people that was taken there, even the children, still knowing a little bit of the Jewish practices, they were still practicing Judaism, right? Both, watch what it says here. This is what's the most important part. Both maternal, that's female lineage, and parental, that's your male lineages, were investigated using the complete mtDNA control region. What does it mean, mtDNA control? That means the female Jews were in an area separated from the men. That's very important. The female Jews was in an area controlled, separated from the men. That's very important because we don't find any of the quote unquote Ashkenazi female lineages. Why? Because they weren't Jews. The Ashkenaz are not Jews, but the real Jews are the people that went to San Tome y Principe and the people who we can find in ancient times being Shemites. But you can see here, this is very important. It lets us know the mtDNA control region, along with 22Y SNPs and 23Y STR markers. Moreover, you can see they did obviously also some 83 autosomal insertion and obviously detecting what's going on right there were analyzed. That's what makes the finds of the Jewish people of San Tome, right? Very important because we know historical documents let us know that the Jews surely went there. And what we find there, we actually find a majority of E1B1A. We find E1B1A. That's very important. That's going to let us know that those are the Jews. In fact, we find E1B1A7. E1B1A7 I found to be Jews. E1B1A7, that direct line would be a subhaplogroup that would be Jews necessarily. Is what I'm saying. From what I found. So like right here, you can see that it would say a certain lineage, which is right here, your M191 E1B1A7, or E1B1A 1F, that's necessarily the one that is going to be right here. Well, right here, this is going to be your Jews. And notice that we have a large portion of them. We have a large portion of the Jews, but you also see, some other M2s. So there's a large portion of the M2s and everything. So we know the Jews were there. And also note the females. So you can see L0, L1, L2, L3, L4. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that just because you're E2 or E1A doesn't mean that you're not a Shemite. It means you are a Shemite. Based on the fact that E1B1A is Shemites, then every E lineage is considered a Shemite. But the direct line to the later Israelites, right, coming from Eber, coming from Abraham, because remember, Abraham also had other brothers, but coming from Abraham, coming from Isaac, coming from Jacob, this will be that line from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This will be that direct line, the E1B1A. And I'm R. So it's one of those things that is worth examining in truth. That's what it is worth examining in truth. And that's what we find there. Because sometimes you'll see them, they call it African, right? They'll call it African, but if you trace its ancient origins, it's not African. Its homeland is in Eurasia. There's no doubt. But let me see. No DNA cash of Dogan. My daughter, I can't share the same and say. That's a good question and statement right there. But a daughter and mother and grandmother can share the same mtDNA, but be from different tribes depending on whoever their father is. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct because as it says in the book of Numbers 1, it says that the woman inherits the male's blessing, right? And that's why Christ, right, entering into the veil of flesh, right, through the woman, making like a covenant, right? Whoever takes him in receives that blood blessing, right? Very, very important. Nothing's done without blood. Blood is the covering of the true seal of time that cannot be changed. Blood is forever. So technically, yes, you can have a woman from the tribe of Gad. You can have a woman from the tribe of Asher, a woman, and they can all be the same haplogroup. They can all be L3, but they'll be considered, one will be considered Judah, one will be considered Levi, one will be considered this thing or that thing, right? So that's right. He's right. You can have a woman from multiple different tribes, but she herself can be of like one descent. Believe every man is what his father is, or do you believe so? About David's sister child with Ishmael. Oh, there we go. That's a great one. What about David's sister child with Ishmael? Her child was considered Judah. That's right. In fact, remember, Judah, we talked about it. Judah mixed with a Canaanite woman, and his sons technically would be considered Judah, but they wouldn't have the blessing under Sarah because remember, it's a blessing that says from Sarah, Sarah shall have a son. And then it talks about the blessing that would come down from him, which actually was talking Christ. But necessarily, they would still be of the line of Judah because they would still be of the line of Judah. But having a different mother, they can have literally almost any mother in the world. They can have a U group, they can have an L group, all those groups. But necessarily, they would still, by the male's line, be considered Judah or their line, who they would be. Could it have been E1B1? Yeah, that's right. So that statement. So if you was E1A, your father wouldn't be E1B1A, but you would still be monophyletic with E1B1A on the, as you can see, going back over here. So you would be, if you was E1A, now you wouldn't stem from the E1B, but if you're E1A, you would stem from E1, which makes E1B and E1A. So you would be E1. Your father would be more like an E1, leading downwards. So E1A would be a little different. Still Shemites, but it would be not your E1B. It would be more your E1A, which that's interesting too. It's fairly interesting. At least it's a Shemite. It's still a Shemite. But it's something worth noting, though. It's something worth noting that it gets that pinpoint. That it's going to be E1B1. Obviously, Christ is the way, right? Or else we're just saying that only this tiny lineage. Because Let's look at it on a tree. How small actually is E1B1A? You can see right here, only 1.6%. If only Israel can be saved, these aren't Israel. Only this is Israel. Not even this is Israel. Not even this is Israel, right? Which is 5.6 of the tree. But only this is Israel. If only Israel can be saved, only 1.6 of the world will be saved. If only Israel can be saved. But that's why we don't teach that only Israel can be saved. Rather, we do believe that Israel is important, without a doubt. But we do also believe that Christ is the way, that Messiah is the salvation. That even if someone was E1B1A, yet broke all the laws and did all evil, Yah will judge rightfully. That's one of those things. But we do believe that E2, which is found in all these areas, where you can see these different areas here, Saudi Arabia, United States, Senegal, obviously Kenya, and different areas as you can see here. There's different areas, and that's just a few out of the 77 different locations. There's a lot of different locations where you get E1B1A scattered in all countries, scattered in all nations. So you can see Jamaica, Ethiopia, Sudan, England, England, obviously, um, all types of different areas. Ukraine, Iraq, Kuwait, Portugal, of course. And remember, it's just counting participants that were willing to take the test. There's obviously way more than this. There's way more, but these are just people who are willing to buy the test or partake in the test, right? That's just important, right? India, Cuba, Switzerland, Ireland, right? Madagascar, Israel, E1B1A in Israel. This person is in Israel. That's very important. France, Jordan. So you can see these are people today, modern peoples of Greece, scattered in all nations, scattered all in the whole world, right? And this is just some places: Mexico, obviously, Afghanistan, right? Afghanistan, right? That's very important. So you get a lot of them in different areas, a lot of different areas that are scattered across the whole world. You can see what's going on there. So that's just very important. But it's only 1.6% of the tree. It's only 1.6% of the tree. It's very tiny, very small, very small, very small percentage. But let's see, that's right. So, and that's why we're talking monophylactic groups, because that's something that even if we get a genetic test, they don't really sit there and break down these monophylactic groups or even the real way how it splits. So that's why we're actually going over it and understanding it, because I always deal with someone that says T and J are Jews. Always. I'm always dealing with someone that says T and J are Jews. In fact, I had a member, his name was Ja. He used to believe that the Jews were Israelites, that the black people, the dark people was Israelites. But then he ended up getting tricked by this person named, what was his name? Elder Mike or something like that. And some other Muslim wannabe geneticist that says that J and T in some groups were Jews. And he got tricked and he believed that. And I thought it was ridiculous because I knew what went wrong. He didn't understand monophylactic groups. He didn't understand how a monophylactic group works. So that's why I think it's key. Don't argue with no one who says T and J are Jews. Just tell them to show you the monophylactic group. That's all you got to do. Say, show me J and T or T monophylactically. Show me J monophylactically. Show me these monophylactically. And know about what Dr. Nathan Jeanson did. Know about what he did. Because he's a geneticist, and he officially made J and I Japhanites. That's what he did. He officially made J and I Japhanites. You know what that means? That means these are all Japhanites. That's important because they're all on the same branch. They're all monophylactic, all of them, right? That's very important because to make J and I monophylactic, you have to, without a doubt, make I and J monophylactic. You have to. Because if you make just these monophylactic, you're making a mistake by cutting it short, because you got to more go from the direct stem, because these split from one source. But rather, if you want to make these monophylactic, you got to go here. That's why Dr. Nathan Jeanson didn't just make this monophylactic. He made this monophylactic because these are actually the same. They just stem from each other. But to make them monophylactic, you have to go to the root of it, which is K. These will be all monophylactic. All these will be monophylactic. Maybe I should make a little circle for that. Yeah. Let's make a little circle. I'll make a thin circle. I'll make a little thin circle for that. So, like for example, all of these, right? All of these are monophylactic, right? That's just something to know. All of these are monophylactic because I just move it right here. All of these are monophylactic. All of these are also monophylactic. So that's what's important. What's important is that if you want to make it monophylactic, these are all monophylactic and these are all monophylactic. So that would make all these related. You can make these related too. You can make these related because they're all related under F. All these are under F. But if you understand this, IJK are one. IJK are one. If IJK are one, everything underneath it is monophylactic. That's very important. We don't get something like that over here because E makes E. We don't get a HIJK or some long branch that makes this. We don't get this coming from T, or we don't get an E coming from F or nothing like that. We just get E coming from E, which originally was with DE. That's very important. So from CT comes DE and then E lineages. But from CT, you get your F and you get your GHIJK, your HIJK, your IJK, and your IJNK, which makes your T and L groups. That's a major split and it cannot be ignored. That's a major split and it cannot be ignored. I'm pretty sure y'all put it there like that. He put it there like that to understand that J5 is a large lineage. J5 is a very large lineage. And they're one. They're all one family. So when you see these groups, any of these groups, note that they're all one family. That means your I, J, K, L, T, and M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. They're all one. All those are actually would be all these. I'll just type it on the bottom. This is what all would be monophylactic over here. Well, truly all of these. But if you just talk about IJK, just IJK alone, you'll have I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. All those will be one family. You hear what I'm saying? Every single one of these will be one family. But over here, all you got is E. Who looks more Shemitic? Which one looks more Shemitic? It's just an easy conclusion. It's just an easy conclusion because that's how it splits. That's just how it splits. And that's what makes it ridiculous when someone tries to just take a J and a T and doesn't understand monophylactic groups. If you ever see anyone at all that uses J or T, tell them to make it monophylactic. Tell them to make it monophylactic because if they take J and T, their only choice of making it monophylactic is IJK. Is all these Shemites? No, absolutely not. There's no doubt that these are not Shemites. I can show you multiple lineages here that are not Shemites, let alone the R. Right? That's one that I know personally. I know that very well. That's not Shemites. That's very important. But we know without a doubt. We know without a doubt that when they take the T and the J, because T, the earliest T that's found, that's why I wanted to have a conversation on T, because T is very complex. The earliest T that's found is in the Levant. But what time frame? The Neolithic time frame. And then connecting it to what it is, you're going to find out that Japheth. That is a line of Japheth. It's very important. That's just a solid truth. And we talked about that before. We talked about that before on different notes on whatnot. For example, on this little thing, if you ever seen it, it's called Out of Africa Not Having Enough Proof. Out of Africa Not Having Enough Proof is a very, very important paper that came out. A lot of geneticists know about it. There's no doubt when they look at it, they'll understand what's going on there. But let me show something here. Not this. All right, I had talked about something on this before. Let's see if it's here. Watch what it says right here. I'm gonna read something on this part where it's underlined, right? Remember, what you're seeing over here is F, I'll show you another place that is we know they're related. I talked about it already with family trees confirmation. F makes all these lineages. F makes all these lineages. So if you wanted to make it, you can make this all monophylactic from F, M89. You could, without a doubt. But let me show you right here. Where is it? Or back over here. All right, so watch what it says here. Haplogroup F through R, right? F through R, which includes T, right? Haplogroup F through R, which includes T. This is going to be very important. It represents Europeanoids or Caucasoids, basically Europeans. Long story short, Indo-Europeans. It lets you know that your F through R represents Indo-Europeans who arose for 58,000 years ago before presence. That's very important. And then you get your Mongol, or what sometimes they'll try to say your C is going to be necessarily, what's the word I'm looking for? They sometimes say it's Neanderthals, but your C is Mongols. And I talk about that a lot when I say Mongols, Mongoloid, they say Mongoloid. That's your C group. It's found in Russia. E met ancient times with C. E group met with C group. And that's why when you think Natufian, you always see a C or an E in Natufian. But haplogroup F through R, which includes T, represents Caucasoids, right? They're all the same. They're all one family. They're all Indo-European, though they move in different areas. That's very important. That's just very, very, very important, because you can't take a T without a K, and you can't take a K without an F. And all F to R are all one family. That's very important. That's just an important fact about life. That's your Japhanite family. That's your Japhanite family. So, and that's why it's important to know if the E lineage was up here in the ancient, and the E1B1B, which remember, E1B1B is after, right? E1B1B is after E1B1, right? And we find E1B1 in the Levant. We can find that in the Levant, in the ancient Levant. And that's what I was talking about. Here's a paper. I wanted to talk about this paper because it just has a bunch of different haplogroups and everything. And I was going to use this for example to make them monophylactic, but it didn't seem like we really need to use it. But I'll show you something on here. I love these type of charts because they always have your mtDNA and your yDNA. Why is that important? Because it helps knowing migrations. mtDNA and yDNA helps migrations and origins. Maybe one day I'll do a monophylactic group of your mtDNA. That one's more complex, but it's something to do. But let me show one of these. Let me just find the E groups. All right. I think I found something here. That's an E1. This one doesn't have a female. It's a male, but it doesn't have a female listed. Why? Because that one's mixed with a Neanderthal. That one's mixed with a Neanderthal, most likely. So you can see Turkestan. Yep, that one's mixed with the Neanderthals. That's the one that's up in that area. So you can see going over. They're over there in that little area. Most likely, this is the one that had the Neanderthals in them and everything. That's probably why they're not showing the female lineage. Either that or they just don't have it. Sometimes you'll see it like that, though. Sometimes you'll see it where they don't have a female lineage. Really, that's usually because they're mixed with the Neanderthals. When I say Neanderthals, there are technically Neanderthals that they can't pull up their mtDNA or their yDNA because they're a different branch. They're just a different branch. But there are some misplaced Neanderthals that are used as C in some of the U groups. But let me go down and show you this one in Israel. Let me just find that real fast. You see that E with an H? That's just important. That one is in Pakistan, Asia. Let me just go down and find the one in the Levant. Let's see here. Let me go up. In fact, I think it's at the top. Let me scroll like this. Yeah. All right. See that E1? See this one right here? E1B1 with the H group, the E1B1. Now notice it's with the H group, right? That's a European lineage. That's a evidence of migration. Since it doesn't have a said African lineage, that means that this was up in the north, right? And we can find it very early, right? It lets us know West Asia, Israel, in this cave. Let's go over is a Natufian, and note that date extra early, extra early. That's very, very important. But that's your E1B1. That means if your E1B1's found up there, guess what that means? That means that your E1B1, right? Right here, E1B1, which also C2 is up there too. Because remember, C2 makes E lineages, and CF and your C2, your CT makes your C and F lineages, CF lineages, and it also makes your E lineages, right? Which we see E1B1 in Israel. So this is the one, this lineage right here is the one we find in Israel, right? I'm just gonna put that here. So, and also we find this one in Israel. We can find this one in Israel too. We can find this one in Israel. We can find this one in Israel and this one in Israel. Because that's what I was showing earlier with the E-M 69 that was on there. So we find this in Israel, this in Israel, and then we find all the other ones in Israel. That's very important. Very, very important. So we find that there. And that, the reason why I wanted to show you that is just because, you know, it's one of those things like you got to see it to believe it. You know, you got to see it. You got to visually see it to believe it. That this is actually that monophyletic group of the E lineage. Shalom, shalom. Let's see. In theory, it's only the Lord knows for all. Let me see. What does brother say right here? All right. In the end, is all theory. No, it's not theory. That's the thing. DNA, if you really look up DNA, is almost a 10 trillion chance for an error. They use DNA in crimes to solve crimes, right? They use multiple pieces of evidence. DNA is like kind of like your advanced science. That's more like advanced science. It's not theories. Theories is like a conclusion that you make, that you guess, you get an idea, you have no factual evidence. This is factual evidence. This is the life and the blood that's pleading this. So it's 100%. That only the Lord knows for all who knows Israel. Indeed. No. See, that's the thing. Like I said, we got to look at the historical facts before we start making claims like that. We can't make any bogus claims like that. When I say bogus, no actual source or nothing to back it up. No, genetics is solid. That's one of the things about genetics. Genetics is not by men. That's important. Genetics, when you look at your fingerprint, every fingerprint is different than anyone else's fingerprint. Everyone's genetics is different than another person's genetics, though there are monophylactic groups that are related. But just for clarity, just for the conclusion of clarity, we do find E1B1A in the Levant in the Bronze Age. That's what that lie was about. That E1B1A was in the Levant in the Bronze Age. And we also find E1B1A as being the children of San Tome. That's an extreme connection. That's not a mistake. If this was a crime case, E1B1A would be convicted as Jews. You see what I'm saying here? Because they have evidence of being in the Levant coming from the ancient Shemites. That's important. And also finding out that they were in the traceable and highly documented place of San Tome. That's very important. San Tome was one of those places that's no doubt. I can show you historians that word for word will tell you that Jews went to San Tome. Just to show that, just for the sake, so that we're not saying that this is a 50-50 chance, right? It could be 50-50. They could be Israelites or they could not be Israelites. I'm telling you that this is solid, right? What I'm telling you is that once this was found, there's no going back. No one can take this away. Is what I'm saying. No one can say it's not what it is, especially with the understanding of what monophylactic groups. Once you understand monophylactic groups, it's gonna really bring it all home. It's gonna bring it all together. And this is why bringing this to the brethren that's digging into the stuff is very important, because even a lot of the wise brothers don't really know about monophylactic groups, because that's not really talked about a lot in genetics. They more talk about the poly connection, and that's just taking things without taking its root. But if you want to see how it will work in the biblical sense, you gotta go monophylactic. And that's what Dr. Nathan Jensen was also talking about. Being a geneticist, he knows that the root is where you're going to get every group from. You're going to get it from the root. But let me show you something. Let me show you something that's said by a historian. I'm going to show you something that's going to be said by this individual. Right? There's going to be an individual. He's a British historian. Right? He's a British historian. He got a couple books. He studies on the Jewish studies and Hebrews. Right? Well, Oxford Center for Hebrew and Jewish Studies. That's very important. And he has something very important to say about what he found studying on the Jews and their migration. This is why I say it's not a thought, it's solid.
Some of my recent work, if you read the hybrid book very attentively, you'll have to go to the footnotes. You will see there's got a lot of evidence produced for black Jewish communities in different parts of West Africa, which are not sort of based upon a particular reading of tribal history, let's put it like that, but are based on fairly hard historical fact. And this hard historical fact is the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and from Portugal at the end of the 15th century, subsequent to which a lot of Jews settled, first of all, in northwest Africa, places like Senegal, in the islands, which I'm sure you know about, Saint Tomé and Principe,
Yes, sir.
Principally, and then less known along the coast of Guinea, so that in the middle of the 16th century, 1560 to be precise, the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa in India proclaimed that Judaism was a kind of horrible illness which has killed millions of people throughout history, and the result of being Jewish was to be covered in shame, to fail in everything, even among the black Jews of Guinea. So, in other words, the existence of Jews in the western part of Africa was absolutely accepted at the time by the likes of the Portuguese Archbishop of Goa.
So did you understand that? Basically, it's historically recorded that in India, there's an archbishop that was in India in the land of Goa, right here, which was one of the major ports of the Portuguese. Goa was a major port of the Portuguese. What was known was that all the way from India and Spain, they had an agreement, and they knew that the Jews was down over here in the place of Guinea. All this was called Guinea a long time ago, because the word Guinea actually means black. The word Guinea actually derives from the word black, or a black person. Let me actually move real fast because I got the kids open. This is why I always go live at the same time, because the kids, I lay them down at one time and then I get to work. All right, so all this area a long time ago was called Guinea. You can see ancient maps, things past any map before 1800s, especially the 15s to the 1800s. You want to look at maps between that time frame, between the 1500s and the 1800s, and you'll get a good idea on what you're seeing there. You start seeing Kingdom of Judah and stuff like that. That's very important. All right, all right. So you start seeing the kingdom. Guinea, like I said, Guinea means black. That's where the Jews were. And if you look here, there's a small island that was an island that was empty. We know without a doubt that Jews were sent to here, to San Tome and Principe. San Tome and Principe was an island that the Jews was at. I'm just gonna put this here. I'm not gonna really matter where it lands, but I'll just go to the island here. There's no doubt that on this very island we had Jews there. We had Jews on this island that was basically reigning here. So sorry to bring horrible. Well, this is such a beautiful spot, but there's horrible things that happen here. But this is such a beautiful spot. I'm just gonna sit right here. So this is where you can see San Tome, Principe. This would be a place where the Jews were sent. It was a little island. So that was by a historian that told you that the Jews were there. Now the reason why I say that is just for understanding that this is solid. This is not the same thing as we can find something new and it'll replace that. Nothing can replace this, is what I'm saying. Nothing can take that away, that this was found. But like I said, a lot of groups are Shemites. A lot of Shemite groups. But let's see how's it going. Shalom. If we go directly off of what DNA shows, then now that E1B1B is Israel because they are found in every Shemite. So that's the thing. The Ashkenazi Jews, if you look at their haplogroup, they only have 35% at the most of E1B1B. With that understood, there's also subgroups of E1B1B. E-M35 creates E-34. And that's the one I was talking about earlier, right here. These are going to be one group. These are another group. These are larger. These are smaller. E1B1B are not Israelites. The way we know they're not Israelites, is because they have different women. They have multiple different women. That happens very early. They mix with the Neanderthals and things like that. Not just that, but we also know they're not the Israelites because we can also note that with E1B1B, what makes E1B1B special is that E1B1B will be more of the ancient Syrians. There was a scripture that said, "Did not I call Israel from Africa," or basically Egypt? And it says, "Did not I call Syria from Ker?" Right? Ker being the land of the Moabites, and he brought the Syrians to Syria. That's not really a far migration. Basically, what Yah was saying was that he called basically the E1B group from Ker, which we find them in the Levant, and they moved to Syria. So they have moved to different in that land. That's very important. That's just a few pieces of more pieces that we covered. So basically, it was letting us know E1B1B was here, and they moved here, right? And we can find the evidence of E1B1B in all these areas, E1B1B. And they would be the ones that would say the Syrians moved from Ker, right? Because we can find them in ancient Israel, and we can find them over here in ancient times. But from here is their homeland, right? That's why we was noting that, and they went out to different lands. That's very important. But E1B1B is older than E1B1A. And E1B1B was found in places like Ebla, where the Amorites were, and other places where they shouldn't be, where Israelites should not have been. Israelites were never at Ebla. That's very important. But we do get Arabians at Ebla. We know that Arabians were there, but we don't get Israelites there at Ebla. That's very important, especially to note the time frame and the location of Ebla, which was an Amorite city that never was reoccupied. Ebla or Alaka, the ancient Amorite city that was never reoccupied. That's very important. We did a live on the Amorites, but that's another reason. The reason why is because it's in certain locations too early, way too early. So that's very important. Which is it's still nice to note origin, right? But they're not considered Israelites. They'll be more the later Arabians that took over Libya, that ruled over Libya, as it said in the books of Flavius Josephus. They came down and they took Libya from the Africans, and they dwelled in Libya. And they will be the ones that dwell in Libya, which we see in Libya. All of this, ancient times, all of this used to be Libya. All Upper Africa used to be Libya. All of it. All the way to Morocco. All this used to be Libya. That's very important. All this on the other side of Egypt. But on this side of Egypt was a different claim. But on this side of Egypt, these were all one, and Egypt too was all one. They was all related. E1B1B was Egypt, and they was also these ones. When I say Egypt, later Egypt, not early Egypt with your Moses with your our lineages that were over there, because our lineages also ruled in Africa. That's very important. But E1B1B, that's not going to be that's not going to be Israelites, but they will be Shemites. But E1B1A will be more pinpoint Israelites. They come exactly in the Bronze Age. Like I said, they come exactly in the Bronze Age. They dwell in the land, and they go through the motions of going to Africa and different things like that. And then they found in São Tomé, Príncipe, it's a solid case. It's a solid case, and that's just a few pieces of more that can be displayed for E1B1A. Why is it E1B1A compared to E1B1B? But like I said, the Ashkenaz, they're just a mixed company. That's all that they are. They're a mingled group of, I don't even know where to start with that. I did a whole video on it. It's very complex, but it's not hard to understand when broken down. But the Ashkenaz, those aren't Jews. There's no doubt. They didn't even start with the Shemitic language. They began with Yiddish, and that's just very important. They had Yiddish before. They had it a long time. They was in ancient areas of like the Turkestans and stuff like that. They were the Turks. They were a group that came from Turkestan and came over. They're connected with the barbarian tribes like T. So it's just one of those things that when broken down, it's no doubt. But like I said, the CF groups are, when you look at that monophyletic, it's clear what's going on. I think something wrong. I'm gonna close these. I think some of the notes, they just refreshed. Now they're working. That's all right. I'll just leave those alone. But the reason why I was showing you what I was showing you, you see this list that I was just going over right here, this little list right here. It's just showing you genetics from these locations all the way to these locations, and it got some from these locations too. So that's what I'm technically showing you on this little list here. I was gonna go over this list and just talk about some of the haplogroups, like how do you know what's monophyletic and everything, right? Everything under CT are one and everything, but then you're gonna get your split of DE and CF, and everything that's under CF, right? Your R's and all those things, T's and all that, all are one. Those are all one, and we can find them in ancient places. Let me just close that. But the reason why I wanted to show that thing on São Tomé Príncipe, because that's what they use. Because there's no doubt that the Jews went into São Tomé Príncipe, but this is what they'll say. They'll say J and T were not detected either. They say they weren't detected there, and they say those are Jewish groups. But that's against them, because that's how we know they're not Jews, right? For example, with T, you can see some things with it and whatnot. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just keep on keeping on. But here you can see this one. The reason why this is important, because this is a great example of why the Ashkenaz are not Jews, because they're pretty much the same blend of multiple Y chromosomes with the Turks. They're like the same blend. When I say the same blend, they have the same Y chromosomes as them, the same blend of them, which just shows that they're Turks. And that's why Dr. Nathan Jensen had said what he said when he looked at the J, because they tried to come out with a paper saying that they were, what's the word I'm looking for? That they were Levites and of Aaron, like the bloodline, but that didn't work out so well when he made that monophyletic and actually looked at the whole tree. That's one of the big things, is that the whole tree shows that they're not. The J and the T are not Jews. That's very important. I'm gonna close this. So that's why, and the reason why I'm going over this, because the sources that I brought out yesterday was from a lot of them were 2021. A lot of them are brand new sources that never have been seen, and that Mota, that's what the full understanding of what Mota really is. Because a lot of people feel like they gotta find E1B1. No, absolutely not. You don't have to find E1B1A. You have to find a monophyletic group. A monophyletic group is a group that makes all the groups underneath it. E1B1A is young. It's super young. E1B1A you only can find at the latest Neolithic time frame. But E1B1 you can find earlier. That's very important. We don't find ancient E1B1A in anywhere but past its father lineages. We got to find its father lineages, and that's how we find its migration. And that's another reason why we know that it has to be from E1B1. There's multiple Jews that were found. For example, we know that Ellen Elhawk talked about how Jews were E1B1 because E1B1 was the early branch that made E1B1A. That's very important. But while we see E1B1B, we still see E1B1A. I mean, we still see E1B1. Why? Because E1B1 was becoming E1B1A. E1B1 was the one that was becoming E1B1A. E1B1 wasn't becoming E1B1B. E1B1 was becoming E1B1A. That's what E1B1B. That's what E1B1 was becoming. It was becoming E1B1A. Though it would create a E1B1B and have its own splits, but it would create E1B1A, which we did see it create E1B1A with Mota. We did follow that trail, and we seen that did create E1B1A. Let me see if I can click this. I think my notes are behaving oddly, but I wanted to show you something on this note. If you see this note, that's something new. Oh, here we go. Okay. I'll show you. I put something new on here. So the reason why that live is like that, because this is the piece I was missing. The Bronze Age. I had the Neolithic, I had the Paleolithic, I had the Mesolithic, but I did not have the Bronze Age to link it together because the Bronze Age is the one that we needed. But that's the one that was hiding information. That's the one that creates E1B1A. This is when you see E1B1A in the Bronze Age. That's very important. But going down, I'll show you real fast what I added. So right here, it's not really an add-on. I'll talk about this in a video a little bit. This part right here. You see this? You see this right here? This E1B right there? That's actually E1B1A. This is actually E1B1A. And that's important because what you're actually seeing here is the ancient lands of Spain. We know that the Jews went into the ancient lands of Spain. Notice that the E1B1A wasn't born until later, and they never went into Spain, which early Spain was R1B. Spain in Bronze Age, Iron Age was R1B, and some I's, a small portion of I. But R1B ruled in Spain. R1B ruled in Spain, ruled it. And remember, R1B actually went down into Africa. First they went down into Africa, and they came up, and they ruled in Spain. They ruled in Spain. And what's also important, in the next age, you get E1B, which is this age is actually your E1B1B. This is your E1B1B stage, which we know that's true because the Moorish empire that came over there and ruled the land. And you can see some more of that M78. M78 is the Moorish empire that came over there. This is some more M78. So when the Moors got there, some more had came. So some other ones that came in that area. That's very important. And then obviously what's important too, right? What's important too is that you'll get your E1B1 A there in this land. So that's very important in the 10th century, 16th century. Obviously, you have way more there. This is just talking about a certain location in there. If you look at other locations, you'll probably most likely still find E1B1A earlier. There's no doubt that you'll find it a little earlier than that, but you do find your E1B1A up there. The only reason I put that there is because that's important to know that that's E1B1A. So I just want to put that on there. Sometimes you'll see stuff like that. The way we know, because look, you can see the mutation M291. So that's very important. Let's just talk about this because these are the mutations M291, which is E1B1A. That's very important. That's just something that's I just added on because information. I just added this on there just to give some understanding when we talk about the connection of the Shemites and things, whatnot. And that's why I wanted to show you that land of Punt, P-U-N-T. Punt connects these continents together. So it's a nation that, what's the word I'm looking for? The information seems that it went missing, but if you study it very carefully, you'll probably find some clear connections. Punt. Very, very interesting, right? The land of mysteries. That's in the synthetic playlist. But that's what we was all about today, looking at monophyletic groups. Just gonna see, got any more questions? You can look at some of those things, break down some more stuff, whatnot. origin of ancient. So, yeah, a majority is E1B1B, but we can find that small portion of E1B1. Remember, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, you're going to get E1B1. E1B1 creates that E1B1B. And we know that because Mota, we followed Mota. We can follow the genetics of Mota. You can see the timestamps in the video yesterday of Mota. Not all E1B were Israelites. It would be many lineages. Yeah, that's right. So E1B1B necessarily wouldn't be Israelites, but they would be Shemites. Moabites to the north, Africa would be Jalkan, Euclid, E1B, Ishmaelites, E1B would be. I agree. That's right. That's right. Yep. And that's why I believe too. I believe Joktan would be E1B1B. And that's why I don't think E1B1B is only Ishmaelites anymore. I did at first, but not anymore after getting a little deeper into it. It's clear that E1B1B would be more larger than E1B1A, and E1B1B also would be earlier than E1B1A. Way earlier than E1B1A. E1B1B would be an early mutation that would be more of your ancient Shemite lineages. In Israel, too. Ancient Israel, ancient Levant. The oldest ones. The oldest ones. There's no older ones. I guarantee you, the video that we did yesterday, you'll never find nothing older than what I found, or nothing more sound. The reason why is because I brought up facts from 2021 and connecting Mota and a source of E lineage that supposedly is 250,000 years ago in the Levant, Mount Carmel. So that's very important. We'll be able to match the slavery prophecies. That's right. In the language in ancient DNA. Yep, that's right. Because remember, it said they would go into captivity in all nations. In every nation, they would go in captivity. There are more evidence on E1B to be the real Israelites than E1B1A. No, no. There's more evidence to show E1B1B as ancient Shemites, not as Israelites. The route that they go, in fact, Israelites didn't even settle largely in Arabia. That's how we know they can't be Israelites, because they settled largely in Arabia. Israelites did not. Israelites did not settle largely in Arabia, but E1B1B did. So that's how we know E1B1B are more Arabians than they are Israelites. That's very important. Right? Very important. E1B1A, watch the video yesterday and you'll see the connection with E1B1A. E1B1A, we can connect to the Bronze Age Levant. That's very important. I want to get those names simple. Yep, that's right. That's the site. Very interesting. I'm gonna do a live when I get some information from them. I'm contacting them. I'm talking with them, and I'll bring out some information that they have with them. They're gonna bring out some stuff, hopefully. And so many more. If I have to bet, I put my money with no doubt. Yeah, I wouldn't put my money on E1B1B. I wouldn't do that. E1B1B easily shows itself to be an older Shemitic lineage, way older Shemitic lineage. It will be a Shemite, not Israelites. When you have the free account, you won't see those regions, but moment you pay, yep, that's right. Money. That's what it's all about. Money. But the great thing is, it's worth every penny. Is I would pay $10,000 just for one source of E1B1A and find it in ancient Levant. Why? Because it solves. It's something I already knew. I already knew that people didn't start in Africa. For them to hide E1B1A, I knew that had to be the Israelites because they had a perpetual hatred. If you do the history, Spain, the Germanic tribes that settled in Spain, that took over Spain from the art lineages and started to become their own group, the ones that had went over there, the Germanic tribes, they themselves, when they start seeing the Israelites and stuff like that, they claimed themselves to be Israel. They were claiming themselves to be Israelites. But when they seen the real Israelites, they had a perpetual hatred. The books get deep. I'm talking really deep. They really hated them. Like, I mean, they truly, doubtlessly hated the real Shemites. They really hated them. And they sent them in, and that's why they had a ban for the Arabians and for the Israelites, not just for the Israelites. When they were in Spain in 1492, that was a decree, right, to expel the Jews and the Arabians, these dark-skinned people. They expelled them into Africa. And I can show you that the only route they was able to take was through the place that they call the Pillars of Hercules, and which was basically down into Africa. And some paid the toll to come back, but they surely afflicted them with a perpetual hatred. With a perpetual hatred. And that's where the slaves came from. Guess who started slavery? Spain. Spain is the one that started slavery in 1492. The beginning of slavery was to the slaves. The slaves were Jews. A lot of the slaves were actually not just Jews, but Shemites. Many of the slaves were Shemites, but don't think I'm not saying that many of the other dark-skinned peoples, quote unquote dark-skinned peoples, were took in part with that. Anyone who looked like them, they became part with them. And they also became part with the slavery. They didn't care about who you were. They had a perpetual hatred to the Jews. That's very important because they wouldn't convert to Catholicism and a lot of things that were going on in that land. It's a historically confirmed fact that they had a perpetual hatred. That's what it has to do with. But just for the just that just made me think about that. A lot of the history books to look at. We'll get those samples too. You won't be, and then curses. Yep, that's right. That's right. And that's why we get E1s and E2s and R lineages. I'm R1. I'm R1. Yeah, I look like what you would say what an Israelite would look like. In fact, I've been called a Hebrew Israelite so many times it makes no sense. I'm a R1B M269. Go look on the Ashkenazi chart and tell me where R1B M269 is. Go look on that thing and tell me what you think about that. And I'm called a Hebrew Israelite. So I don't really speak Hebrew, and I'm not really an Israelite, but I will stand by Israel and to the end. The reason why is because I know for a fact the history of what happened, the wickedness of the nations. It will not be forgotten. It's very important. Yah is about to do something in the time to come. It's very important. He's revealing the blood. Yeah. Yep, that's right. And that's why I'm going to do a live on E1A. E1A is found in a lot of places. I don't have any doubt that they also traveled. In fact, let's say E1A was a Moabite or Ammonite. Let's say it was. Remember, early Moabites and early Ammonites were blessed. Remember that. Moabites and Ammonites were blessed early. Why did they lose their blessing? Because they wouldn't let Israel through when they left the wilderness. They wouldn't open the doors for them and let them walk through them. They were fighting against them, especially the Moabites. That was one of the reasons why they became against them. But Yah said at first, don't fight with them because he said, I gave that land to Lot. But remember, Abraham and Lot, they moved together. A lot of them moved together. So a lot of times you might see some mixing together and whatnot because they were family. They were all one family. So that's definitely possible to find them up there. You are more likely because of history. Yep, that's right. Let's see. That's right. Yeah, R1. That's what I am. That's right. Yeah. But even with that, I stand with the truth because the truth is good. The truth is good. And most are E groups. It seems most of the dark-skinned people are E groups, most dark-skinned people, but I did find some dark-skinned that are Europeans. Technically, when I say European, quote unquote, they're from European lineages. Like when you look at this group here, technically, I would be not here, but here under K, right here. So I'll be more of an R group that's more from over here, right? And that's how monophyletic groups work. Monophyletic groups will be one. But even in that sense, we stand with truth. No hope, not I wouldn't want to be tired. That's right. So who are the Levites? I wouldn't know exactly which pinpoint sub haplogroup is the Levites, but there's no doubt that the Levites would be E1B1A. The Levites would be E1B1A. I can't tell you if they'll be E1B1A7 or E1B1A8 or anything like that, but they would definitely be E1B1A because they would be the Jews. So having a Jew, many Jews that would have your E lineage, that would be very clear that they would have to be of E1B1A. So the Levites, without a doubt, is E1B1A. But if you have any other opinion, we can look at that, who you think it is, and we can look at that. We'll look at who you think is the Levites, and we'll put it to the test. It's definitely not J, right? In fact, Dr. Nathan Jeanson himself thoroughly examined it, though I did too, but there's no doubt that J is not the Levites. They definitely aren't the Levites. There's no doubt. That's one of the major things just to understand. But E1B1A would be the Levites, not E1B1B. E1B1B would be Shemites, ancient Shemites, if you're thinking E1B1B. Because I feel like for Shinzi, or how you say that, I'm sorry if I say your name wrong, I believe you might be E1B1B. Nahor, that's possible. It might be Nahor. Might be. We're gonna break it down. We surely gonna break it down. Are those who fit the curses? That's right. And they, yeah, exactly. And we find the curses apply to this lineage, to the E1B1A. All the curses, doubtlessly, even when Messiah said, not just those curses, you got to note that in the book of Luke 1, Messiah says to the Jews themselves, he says, they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall go into captivity into all nations. So we have to find them in all nations. And then Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles fulfilled. And the way we know that that's true, if you look in the book of Acts 1 and 6 and 7, it lets us know it didn't yet come to pass. Acts 1 and 6 and 7 didn't come to pass yet. Would be Terra. Yeah. So more or less, Terra would be E1B. Terra would be more of E1B, and that's where we'll see them. Limba, E3A. Yep, that's right. Limba, E3A. That's right. And that's E1B1A, E3A. Sometimes you'll see different ways they write it. And that's why Mota, they call it Mota, M-O-T-A. Remember that name if you ever go searching for your own information, or even just to remember. Mota is what they call the E1B1A lineage. Mota. I don't know why, but they call it Mota. Whose map you're using for Bronze Age? Oh, Neolithic. That's going to be from no other than Benaiah. That's going to be right here. The Black King David. He had used, one of the best things about sources is that sometimes you got to find sources. But if you have the life in the blood, if you have E1B1A and you have a company that unbiasedly looks at the ancient information and just charts it, that's what you see here, is that his blood has evidence of ancient sources. And that's why I'm contacting this is a real, what's the word I'm looking for? A real company, right? It's a real company. He also has the information on his page, which I'll just click just to go to real fast, just to pull up that source. But that's where this was from. This was a screenshot. When I saw that he had used this ancient, because I already knew about this company, my ancient or my what's that ancient ancestry, pretty much. Many people use that, especially people of E1B1B. A lot of people at E1B1B use that one, and it shows a lot of ancient connections. But on his page, right down here,
are DNA matching archaeological sites. However, when we advance through time, we start seeing matches in Africa, but they're in East Africa, right? Our first matches.
So what this site basically is, he just like switched page, because before he was at the Neolithic, now he's at the Bronze Age. That's perfect. To see them right there in the Bronze Age, no sooner, right? No sooner are they in the Bronze Age, because during this time, right, during the Neolithic time, they was in Egypt. So we should find them in Egypt, like the time of, like, you know, later time. So we should find them in Egypt or lower areas over here. But we find these ones over here in the Bronze Age. There's one place that's not open yet, which is the Cave of the Patriarchs. The Cave of the Patriarchs is where Joseph was buried. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they was buried in the Cave of the Patriarchs. That's never been open. So that's why you don't find any E lineages earlier than that, which you shouldn't. You shouldn't find any lineages earlier than that, because all the Israelites were burying to themselves together in Abraham's cave. But here you can find later Israelites in the Bronze Age, which is perfect. That matches perfectly with what the biblical narrative speaks of. So this is a very interesting site. I'm obviously contacting them and everything and whatnot, but this is where he got that information from the ancient ancestry, my true ancient ancestry, or my true ancestry, pretty much. It's a very interesting page that I seen a lot of people use. It was something that was people were using for a while, but you can upload your information on there, and they got deep. They got some nice sources and everything. So when they give me some information, I'm gonna start talking about what they send me on some notes. But that's where it came from this major. This video is serious. This is a serious. This should have way more views. This should have 10 million views by now. You know why this should have 10 million views? Because every geneticist should be wanting to see this. Every single geneticist should be wanting to see this, because this is not something that is a small find. Most likely they already knew about this. But they would talk about it amongst themselves. Look up here. You can't really see it, but if you look here, there's a dot here. You see that dot right there? You see what you're seeing right there, how that dot got there? Why is that dot there? Do you know why that dot is way over there in Russia? I'm going to show you something. I didn't even talk about this, but on the T group, what we actually know is that the T group, some of the E group went over there. Some of the E group went all the way over here to Russia. So I would love to talk to Benaya and actually look at his little chart and break it down, because I actually know a lot of these already. And it would make sense based off of what I already found. Like the T group, I'm going to show you something. We found this ancient C, I mean the ancient K in Russia. What's important about that is that it also talks about, let me see if I'm going to go down to it real fast. They also talk about other individuals that went over there and brought the T back down. They went up there and brought T down with them. They went up there and they brought T down. That's the E1B1B group that went up there and brought T down afterwards. But this is what it was talking about. You can see right here with the Natufian. It just talks about basically, when you talk about the Natufian, their homeland is in Israel, but they left Israel and went upwards to basically what they say the Middle Paleolithic. That's super early, right? They went to the Middle Paleolithic, and they pretty much were mixing with what they call the Neanderthals. That's what this one is. And I have this on the T. It talks about this and whatnot. It just talks about their connection and everything with the little area. Long story short, to make it simple, this is what they talk about. They just talk about right here. I'm going to just read it right off of this thing where it talks about Isham. Isham is just K. It says individuals and Neanderthals are C groups, occurred approximately 50 to 60,000 years ago, which is close to the time of the major expansion of modern humans out of Africa and the Middle East. Watch what it says here. This suggests that the bulk of the Neanderthal contribution to present-day people outside Africa does not go back to mixture between Neanderthals and obviously your normal humans who lived. You talk about what modern humans is talking about. This quote right here. This is what I got from that quote. I got this from this quote because it's basically linking to multiple groups together. That basically lets you know that E, C, and K was up there. E, C, and K was up there. Lived in the Middle East at earlier times. For example, the modern humans who remains have been found at such and such and such and such. And that's what this is. It just talks about those groups that was found in these certain caves at Keba and stuff like that, and certain groups and whatnot. And we just talk about they were basically related. So you can see where it says new remains of Kibra cave at Mount Carmel and everything. That's what this was. It was a side note. I didn't mean to click that. But right here, you can see it'll take you to a little side note. And I had to hand search it because as you can see, what is this, 26 and 27? I didn't look up 27 yet, this one, but I did look up this one, 26. I did look up this one. As you can see, it almost looks like a dead end and whatnot and all that. But, there's no real dead ends when you got the ability to dig. So that was one of those things that I had to dig in and find out what it was talking about, what it's connected to and everything. And I found out that pretty much it was letting us know that the E group actually went up there and mixed with the Neanderthals in ancient times. They went, and that's how we know E is not actually African. The E group is actually, it would be actually European in a way, but it's not technically European. But you find it in ancient Europe, So you probably don't see it on there, but that's what happened over here. That's why you see that over there. You can kind
According
of
to
see it
these
on the zoom.
old ancient
right there.
archaeological sites where the DNA from these human remains are
And I talked about the location before already and everything and whatnot. The location is up there in Russia, right? Ancient Russia and whatnot. So you can see right there. It was up there with this one in Russia, ancient Russia. So they was over there. E lineage was up there very, very, very early. It was up there very early. And I got the whole read. It's on the Haplogroup T video. I got the source on there, and you can look at it yourself and see. And if you got JPass, I got some JPass finds that were kind of hard to find, but JPass is a easy read. It's just, it's all written out, right? Everything's all written out in the little JPass to understand, whatnot. I don't know if it's on here. Probably under here. Let me see. Okay, down here. And they let you know that where they came from. They let you know that they started at Mount Carmel, Israel, the Natufian and the Paleolithic and whatnot, the Levant. But that's why we got the homeland and whatnot. But they started here, but there's some that went in different areas. They shot out from there. They went into multiple different areas. But here's the JPass. A couple things on JPass and whatnot, and a couple different things, little notes, whatnot. So that's just a little note that I threw on there because I was noting with K, and then I found out I didn't expect to find an E up there. I did not expect to find that, but that was one of those ones that I ended up finding. And then they'll talk about they was mixing pretty much. The E and the K was mixing. But this is just talking about their homeland. This is more talking about their homeland. But the mixing, if you want to find out about their mixing that they were doing, I'm going to go up. It's right on this little copy. I copied this whole little note from this page and whatnot. But this is where it talks about it. Once you start seeing, let's go a little down. This picture right here, because I had talked with an individual and I found this on his source. And you can see it's a long time ago, very long time ago. And I found it in Russia. I did not think I was going to read and hear about E groups mixing with them, but that's why I ended up finding that apparently that's why they got C with them. C was the so-called Neanderthal. These ones was mixing with that C as well. These ones were mixing with the Neanderthals and whatnot. So your E1B1B was up there mixing with Neanderthals, but you'll also see your E1B1 up there. You'll see your E1B1 that was over there. So this was a very deep one. Maybe one day I'll go a little more deeper into it. But they were mixing. This is what I was talking about on here. It's a couple different sources on it and everything. We just talk about what was going on and everything. You see this little area right here? It's a little location. I'm gonna zoom out. This is where that's where it was happening, right? They had some crazy stuff going on. That's why I like genetics. It's like looking at an ancient controversy. So like Israel, they had went up. We know that E was over here, right? And then it went up over here. E group, the E group, ancient times. They went up there and then they settled over there. This just something for a map and whatnot. But you can see it. They talk about it in different places and whatnot. Here's a little bit on it. I just wanted to show that because I thought that was crazy when I seen that. I was like, oh, this is like super controversial. I don't know what to say about it at first. I was like, E group going up into Russia. But then, noting their homeland, they let you know their homeland and everything. So right here, don't really have much that talks about it, the lineages and everything. But there's, interesting information on that. So that's what this was talking about. It was basically talking about how the E group, the ones from the Middle East and everything, and said Africa, said the E group was over there mixing with them. He was over there mixing with those peoples and whatnot. So that's just something to to note, something to note on these things. It talks about that on here that pretty much. Let me just go up a little bit. Pretty much the Neanderthals were over there, mixing with the individuals. That's what this pretty much is. It's like a summary. It's more of a summary and everything. But I go over it live on the T group and whatnot. All right, let me just move downstairs now. And if you want, I could just go and do a live just on that topic because I wasn't pinpointing it. I was more talking about K. It was like on the T video, the video on the T where I put, deep. It's a picture of a map and everything. If you want to see more on that, just go to Synthetic Sunday in our last 2 videos. We went over, well, not the one before, not the one with this picture where I put E roots and whatnot, and not the one of the monophylactic picture, but the one of the map of Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That's where we went over the T and went over that part. Maybe I'll put a timestamp of that on that part when I start to bring that up, because it gets extremely deep. It gets extremely deep. There are pieces of this and that. That's right. Esau and him. That's Ephraim said that. Lion explained how you can't be Ishmael. That's right. It was that dude. Yeah, there's one individual that's using a very old chart, not the updated version of E1B1 A. I seen his little. I should show you that. On Facebook, but this is what it looks like. If you ever see this chart, beware of this chart. This is not correct. If you ever see this is extremely wrong. The reason why is because, let me just see if I can zoom in. And I would love to have a conversation with them to talk about it. But you see this? I'm gonna show you why it's wrong. One is missing V38, right? Not this one, but let me see. Where is it? Let me go to one with the actual genetics on it. Sometimes you'll see a chart that looks like that, and it has your groups on it and everything, like this. This one's blurry, but I'm gonna click it, and maybe I can get a clearer picture. It's blurry, but I'll talk about it. Let me zoom out or zoom in or zoom out. All right, but this is what you see. You see how he says E1A is Ishmaelites? Well, there's no evidence of that. There's absolutely no evidence of E1A being Ishmaelites. Like, what I mean is, like, we don't even find the route of Ishmael with the E1A. Also, another thing is Esau being E1B1, E1B1B. That's ridiculous. That in itself is just ridiculous, because Esau being E1B1B makes zero sense, because Esau is a direct twin of Jacob. That means he has to be like one with Jacob, the exact same haplogroup as Jacob. And E1B1B and E1B1A are actually very far related. They're not even twins. They wouldn't be considered what you would consider as twins. You would say E1B1B would be more ancient Shemites. More like when the Shemites were born, you would get faster mutations for the earlier people, and then you'll have your E1B1B earlier than this time frame than Esau and Jacob, and they were spreading throughout the Levant. Like, they were spreading in larger areas. They were taking over the area. But Esau wasn't as big as Ishmael. But there's also a missing branch here. There's a missing branch, V38. So who's V38? This branch is missing V38. So from here to here, there's V38 missing. So V38 actually makes 2 lines, 2 different families, but that's not on here. So I would say rather V38 would be this one. Esau would be more V38. Well, not V38. Let me clarify. E1B1C. V38 makes E1B1A or E1B1A1, and V38 makes E1B1A2. So both of those are E1B1A. That would make more sense, and they come at the same time. They would be twins. That would make more sense than trying to make these far lineages that's ridiculous. So this little chart, just understand, is missing a branch. That's the best way to understand it. At the time when he made this, when we only had that one tree that didn't have V38, it made sense in a way, though there was no evidence for E1A being Ishmaelites, but more evidence for E1B1B. But also now it's worse, because now he doesn't even have V38 on here. So that chart, be careful of that chart. That the conclusions on this chart isn't true. Like, to say this is Ishmael is a stretch. It's an extreme stretch. So I just wanted to show that, just to get the understanding. I think the brother had intentions for truth, though. I don't think that he did that to deceive. I don't think he did it to deceive, but I think he did that with an open heart to try to change, to fix it. But He needs Christ. He needs Christ, without a doubt. I'll tell you that. Yep, that's right. That's right. That's right. Won't match closely with but match closely to E1BA. You need to show us and click the sample. My true match can be haplogroups. Yep. But just, that's why I wanted to show this, because all these have answers. The ones over here, which that's what I was talking about yesterday on the migration of these things with the Mesolithic and Paleolithic. But these ones are also addressed. These ones are addressed in ancient genetics, which I'm surprised there's none over here. Which there should be some over here. I would think. I think there'll be some over here. Maybe they just didn't find them. Because there should be some that link over here and whatnot. We know E1B1B links over here because we can read that in the Natufian finds and everything. But maybe there's some that's earlier. Maybe his go earlier than Neolithic and Bronze Age. I wonder if he got stuff from the Paleolithic and the Mesolithic. That would be really interesting to see. But maybe one day someone get in contact with them to get some information on that. Let me close this. But yes, there's some interesting controversial things that are happening. But, based on the facts of genetics, we know that the people that are called Shemites, they have to show themselves to be Shemitic. And there's no doubt that the E lineage shows itself to be Shemitic, especially like E1B1B, stuff like that. That's more of a higher dominant lineage. E1B1B was like the chief of the tribes, not like tribes as in being of the 12 tribes, but the chief of the E lineages. I say that because E1B1B is the most dominant of any lineage in the world. I mean, every haplogroup was underneath E1B1B. E1B1B ruled the ancient world. Ancient Asia was ruled by E1B1B. We can find E1B1B all the way up to far close to Iceland. We can find it in ancient times. And that's why if you ever look up Natufian, you'll find some interesting maps. For example, there's one from Ped Hub. Usually they just show you the ones in Levant, but here's one. Here's E1B1B. Notice what I said. We also found them in Russia. E1B1B in ancient times came all the way over here. Not large, not that much. Their homeland is here, right? They actually start here, and they get a large portion here, and they take Libya, and they settle here because some of them end up going into these areas. So they remember that land of Put. They go into these areas and they conquer these areas. They go up and around. That's very important. I had talked about that they go up and around. But we also find some over here. That's why you probably find some E1B1As over here in ancient times. Because they ruled the north. There was a lineage that ruled the north. And remember, it said about those lineages and whatnot, even all the way to Ishmael and whatnot. Talk about he was going to rule the north. He's going to, not rule the north, but rule a large portion of Arabia, rule a large portion of the lands. And the reason why I say that also in connection, I can show you multiple sources that say E1B1B ruled in the north. For example, my E1B1B versus E1B1A video on the description is nothing but sources that talk about how they ruled the north. They ruled the north at ancient times. You can find that on the Synthetic Sunday when we talk about that. And pretty much here. I'll go to this because I'll show you the two videos that I think is important. Go over here. Let me just pause it. All right, so they're actually going to be this one. This one is the one we talked about, the Natufian. Now, it's long, but I'll put a timestamp. It's like halfway through. It's like right here. I had a long conversation with his brother. But after that, then I found out what's up. But right here, this is going to be the one we did on the review of the migration. It's a long video because there's a lot of stuff to go through. Could have probably, refined it, made it two hours maybe, but there was no way to make it less than 2 hours. It's a lot the migration is a lot of migration. It's one of those things that maybe it's possible to cut and make it smaller. But what was I talking about, right? So this video is one I wanted to show, and there was another one, which was this one, but that was another one I wanted to show. E1B1B up here, right here. You see this video right here? You got to see this one. The reason why I say you got to see this one is because this shows you the difference between E1B1B and E1B1A.
Talks about some things,
There's a difference.
but go.
There's a difference to E1B1B and E1B1A. The difference is the time frame that it goes up. But if you see in the sources, you'll see a lot of different sources. Like, for example, you can just see little different ones. It just talks about how most of the Jews was in Egypt after the first and second centuries and whatnot. I'm just going to go down where it says that down here. You can see right here, the announcement of a religion which had been preached by the descendants of Ishmael, whom the Moors regard as their father. The Moors regard as their father. The rapid conquest of Muslims, who were already masters of half of Asia and a large portion of Africa. You see what's going on there? Letting us know where were the Moors? They were in Asia and Africa, who threatened to enslave the world. They threatened to enslave the whole world, aroused an excited imagination of the Moors, and restored to their national character all its passionate energy. Right? That's a book. That's a very early book. That's from History of the Moors of Spain. That's from 1841. All these sources super old. A lot of these sources super old. 1841, 1811, right here, where it just talks about, yet when we reflect that these traits in Moorish character are not to be met with in Asia, which was their original country, that they are still less. See what's going on? They also in Africa, right? Very important. Just talks about what's going on. Their conquest into Spain, right? The Moors that went into Spain, that since their expulsion from Spain, remember they got expelled from Spain, 1492. That since their expulsion from Spain, they have lost all trace of their, basically some of their characteristics, some of their fancy glow and whatnot. Must we not, and obviously one of these things and whatnot, talk about what happened and everything, talk about the evidence and everything. But that's another one and everything. That's obviously a longer read and everything. But these are some very deep sources. And that's why I was talking about that. What they was basically talking about is how the E group was mixing with the female lineages and everything. Like, for example, in the Crusades, I found an E with a J, or EY chromosome, E1B1B, with a female MTJ. That just means that they were mixing with the people, because they were in the Crusades, the finds of the Crusades, they found that lineage over there. So just some extra meat. And it's a deep video. It's a very deep video going into the difference between E1B1B and E1B1A. E1B1B is not E1B1A. That's very important. E1B1B and E1B1A are different. They're just different lineages. So just some meat there, and some information on these things and whatnot. So just some meat and some information. Definitely one that's worth checking out, I think. But I'll show you one part on here. I'll show you one part that I didn't think about until a little later, and I realized that is extremely important. And it has to do with the E lineage that's found up north. So, like, let me see, right here, this is actually up north. This is going to be your Bronze Age. The E lineage was up there in the north, so they stayed there for a long time. And we find the E1B1. That's why you find your M34. Most of your M34s are up there mixing, making your Ashkenazi lineages. You hear what I'm saying? This is where your Ashkenazi lineages came from the north. You can see your E1B1 mixed in with J's. They mixed in with F's and Q's, right? They have mixed together with some R's, R1 and whatnot, R2 and whatnot. G's. Remember, the Ashkenazi have a large portion of G's. This was actually where they was mixing it. R1A, right? These are all mixing. These were an area that was all mixing. So that's at this timestamp, 48 minutes. So that's one I highly recommend to check out. It's very deep. It's very, 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 very deep. A lot of deep sources and whatnot. It was 23 and me. People have my haplogroup. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's a very rare haplogroup. E1A, very small, but only 11,000. That's tiny. Well, it is 0.1% of the tree. So that's extremely small. 0.1% of the tree. But that's why the migration, note the migration will be fairly interesting, I guess. So I just want to show that. So that's why you find them in Africa and in the Levant. I'm gonna let this. All right. So longer live today. No rush. Family. If you got anything to share, or you want to go over anything, or any ideas or anything like that, let me know. We're just having a holy conversation off today, so I'm just having a holy conversation with y'all. You know how it goes. So right here, I just wanted to show that this is their homeland, right? Not up there, though they are found up there, right? Just like even on his video, Benny Yah video. That was amazing. I didn't even notice that until I just looked just now. When I seen that, I was like, oh, he's also up there, and that makes perfect sense because it tells us that the E group came all the way up there to this little upper area, and they brought down the T. We know that because I was talking about it during the Mesolithic time frame. The E went up there, and the Neolithic time frame they brought a T back down. They brought a T back down from up there. They brought a T back down, but they came up there and brought that T down. That's very important, and we can see that throughout all time. That's very important, very, very important. We don't see T in the Levant, Paleolithic or Mesolithic. We find them way too early in the Neolithic, not dominant in the Bronze Age, but one that came during the Neolithic. Very important. In the Bronze Age, they're going to be in different locations than where the Israelites are supposed to be. That's very important. The locations are not the right locations. They're going to be in different areas with Amorites and Canaanites. So this is just something I was showing, just something to understand the origin of E. And that video, like I say, that video that was just other day, that's that video that's important to understand. That video is super deep, super deep. I'm telling you, there's nothing that you can find. There's 2021 sources from 2021, and the Mota with the solid foundation of the migration of E, deep, very deep. Also with the understanding of this. I think I talk about that on there, but I don't think so. I don't think I talk about that. But this is just important to note, L3. And your L lineage is connected with your E's. Because the later Israelites, the early Shemites, they had European lineages. The early Shemites had European lineages, but the later Israelites had L lineages. That's also how we know that they're not the same people. The E1B, same people. E1B1B are different than E1B1A. E1B1A dominantly have L lineages. They have L1, L2, L3s, L4s, stuff like that. But your early E1B1B, they are the ones that mix with the Natufian, and they have your U6s and Ks and stuff like that. They mix with the European lineages. And that's why if you look at somebody today, you can find people with E1B1B, and they look like, not like Caucasian necessarily. They look more like Hispanic or like Turkish, or like they look like Arabs, right? They look like your what you say now people call Jews or Arabs. That's what they look like because that's what they are. Not that that's what they are, but through the female lineage, they're that's what they are by the female. The female makes them one. The female makes them one. So it made them more like almost like a European look, but not really European, more like a Asiatic look. They give them more Asiatic look. So a lot of E1B1B, a lot of them are look Caucasian. They look Caucasian. When I say Caucasian, whiter skin, I guess, to make it more plain. But you also find E1B1B with darker skin. So you'll find them with darker skin, you'll find them with lighter skin. And that's what I talk about. Pigmentation isn't really a representation of people. But so it's one of those things. So this is just one of those things I was just noting because it's quite interesting. It's one of those things that's quite interesting. So I just put this there just to, have some information. It'll be in the note. But let's bring it home. Let's bring everything home that we just did. So summary. What did we just talk about? Monophyletic groups. You must know about monophyletic groups. Why? Because if you understand, if you want to know the biblical narrative, all you have to do, now it looks complex from here, but it's not complex. All you have to do is know these three groups: D and E groups, CF groups, and A and B groups. These are different groups. All these are different groups. But the ones we want to look at is D&E and CF, right? From CT. CT makes both of these. And we're going to find out which one's Shemitic. Based on the monophylactic chart, the clearest line is your E line. There's only E in your E line. But in your underneath your F lineage, you got many lineages that make each other. And whether it's large like this or not, we actually find a K 50,000 years ago. That's important. We find a K 50,000 years ago. And since we find them 50,000 years ago, we know that Japheth was creating more family lines. Japheth was large, right? Japheth filled all these areas. Some of, like the R lineage went down here. Some of the K lineage stayed over here. The R lineage went down here and it went back around and it stayed over here and it stayed in some of these areas. Some of the T settled over here. Lots of different, from FM89, which was actually a lot of FM89 was over here. A lot of FM89 was over here. And they left here because everyone was over here. Everyone actually started over here. All the haplogroups started in this area. And they end up spreading, some going over here, some going over here, some going over here. But we don't find early F lineages over here. We don't find early F lineages over here. We find early F lineages up here. That's very important. Early F, early K lineages up here. We only find them in a Neolithic time frame here. That's very important. That means that they wouldn't be considered as Syria. All right. Sorry about that. I just forgot to plug this thing up when I got downstairs. All right, let me just refresh this. Now that's refreshed, let me just make sure I can still see what everyone's saying there. All right, it just restart. That's all right. So in summary, going back over here, in summary, your E lineages, remember, all these are monophylactic, right? All these groups will be monophylactic. So your E, yep, I know it looks large like that because it is large. And they can't deny it because it's a scientific fact. This right here will be your line of what is going to be Jews, right? Everything that's supposed to be underneath these lines are supposed to be Shemites. They have to be Shemites, right? So it's going to be this versus this. And clearly at a small monophylactic group with just E, you got a clear winner with just E. But looking at it scientifically, we got to understand if we say J is Jews and we say T are Jews, then we mean all these are Shemites. So IJK has to be Shemites monophylactically. That means all these have to be Shemites. Yah did this. The Most High, I guarantee you, when the time comes, when we meet the Most High, I guarantee you he was the one that did this for a reason. I guarantee you that he's the one that did this for a reason because it's just too obvious. It's so obvious that the only time it would have been revealed is today in these times when genetics started to come out. Because remember, endless genealogies is a genealogy that's based off of names. Endless genealogies has nothing to do with the 19th century genetics. Genetics has to do with the life and the blood. It links to the root. Genealogy is not endless when it's connected to actual genetics. Genetics links to the root. Endless genealogies has to do with names. Like, for example, like Ham created Japheth, Ham created Japheth. Ham brought forth Canaan, brought forth such and such, or like something like this. Like when Paul told Timothy, don't go to endless genealogies, he was talking about name games. Because a lot of nations would do that. They would say, oh, I'm a son of Tiberius Ruficanus or something like that. And I'm a son of such and such and such and such. But you had no way of proving it. You had no way of proving it. Or someone can say, I'm a Jew. You had no true way of proving it, especially after the captivity. There was no true way of proving it because there was no genetics. All it would be was endless genealogies. That's what endless genealogies means. But what we are finding by genetics is the root. It's not endless genealogies. That's why Dr. Nathan Jensen was doing that. He wasn't playing endless genealogies. He was noting the roots. That's what this is. We're actually getting the roots of genetics. Every single person, their DNA links them to their roots. That's very important. When you see a E or a J or all those things, that divides the lot and shows you what's their root, right? When you see someone with a T group, they're rooted to K. K is rooted to F. F is rooted to CT. That's a root. That's going to be root genetics. That's very important. And that's why monophyletic groups are going to give us who are Shemites, if they are Shemites or if they're not Shemites. Because of these many groups here, they can't pull off that Shemite claim. They can't, because then they got to make all these Shemites, and that doesn't work. It doesn't work to make all these Shemites, because I can prove to you without a doubt that R is linked to Japhanites. I have no doubt about that. All these lineages, I can prove to you that they have far lineages. That's very important. Let alone F. F is Japhatic without a doubt. That's one they don't want you to look at FM89, because that's gonna clearly tell you it's Japhatic by FM89. But all these are underneath these. But if you just make all these monophyletic, they're Japheth. That's very important. But over here, you get your E group. So coming down from Shem, you're going to get straight children of Eber, and then you're going to get to the time of Abraham. Abraham has his sons and everything. Obviously, what's important is that when you see these splits and everything, I'm not saying that it's time locked, right? Because we can find E1B1B before we see E1B1 E1B1 end. I can show you CT in the Levant in the Bronze Age. You see what I'm saying? So some mutations take longer, right? What I mean by that, let's say, I'm just going to show something real fast. Let's say this was Noah. And let's say this was Ham, this was Shem, and this was Japheth. If we just take the line of Japheth itself and we talk about these splits and everything, you can have a son still having CT for a long time, and then having another one of his sons having a mutation, or this son having a mutation, or that son having a mutation. You can have different things like that on different branches. So you can have a grandson that can be CT, still having CT, but a later son of a son from a cousin or something like that having E1B1. Right? And yet you'll see CT still there, and then you'll find an E1B1. So what I basically mean is that from here, this will be your clear divide, that from here you will have your Abrahamic lineages. Abrahamic lineages come from here, because that's when you're going to start getting your divide. But also note what I'm saying when I say this, that the haplogroup, the reason why you see it like this is just your Y DNA is like a recording. It froze about 1,000 years ago. I can show you a source for that. The Y DNA froze in time. It's like a recording of history of migration. It records all the history of migration that ever has happened. That's what Y DNA is. Y DNA, mtDNA, it records migration and mixtures, and obviously finding fossils is going to give you location. So that's very important. I guess to make it simple, Y DNA is an example for finding ancient lineages, ancient locations, migrations, and peopling. You know, who are people, like Ham, Shem, and Japheth, things like that. So that's what we're seeing when we look at Y chromosome. So just to make it simple, your E1B1, that would be your early like Eber type line. That would be more like an early Eber line. And then you'll start getting from Eber your Abraham, and then from Abraham you have more splits. So what I'm saying is this can be Eber, and this can be the sons of Eber, right? These can be other sons of Eber, but this can still be Abraham. You see what I'm saying? This can be other sons of Eber, and this can still be Abraham, and Abraham's born, and yet he has a divided, or what's the word I'm looking for? Yah opens up Sarah's womb and then brings forth a new lineage, E1B1A from Sarah. So Sarah, Rebecca from Isaac, and then Jacob with his wives, they would have had the E1B1A lineages. They would have brought forth the E1B1A lineage, which they are early lineages. They are early lineages that we find in the Bronze Age. We don't find them anywhere later than where they're found. They're not found in Paleolithic or Mesolithic, barely even in the Neolithic. But they are found. They're going to be found later on. More or less, they always connect E1B1A usually with E1B1. So sometimes you'll see E1B1 connected with E1B1A because these are monophylactic. This will be a monophylactic group. So that's going to be your real Israelite group. But these are all Shemites. This is Shemite. This is a Shemite as well. These are all Shemites. E2 Shemite, E1A Shemite, even this mysterious EP75 is Shemites. These are all Shemites. These are Shemitic lines. These are all Shemites. But the Israelites will be your E1B1A. That would be your Israelites. The reason why is because, like we say, Santome, Principe, there's no doubt those were Jews. That mean Levi, Judah, right? Benjamin. That's what we'll find there, right? That's why a lot of lands you see as the name of Benny, or you see the land named after Judah, things like that, where they went. Let me remove that little thing right there because I'm going to save this and we'll have this. And another over here. Now, speaking over here, you see these nodes. So obviously, understanding I don't know why I made this a circle because technically there's no node here. I don't know why I did that right there. Let me actually just, paint that when not. There we go. Because whenever you see a chart with these corners, these corners mean nothing. You can actually draw it like a straight line like this. You can actually draw this in a straight line like this. Like you can make all these straight lines. If you want to, you don't need this corner here. This corner means nothing. In genetics, it always means nothing. That corner. So that corner right there can be straight. There's many ways to draw a tree. Sometimes they have corners like that, but sometimes they don't. They just go with a straight line. So right here, your F actually is going to make GHIJK, and then you're going to get your G, then you're going to get your HIJK, you're going to get your H, you're going to get your IJK, and then you get your IJK, and then you get your K, and underneath K is all these. L, T, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. So if someone says J, or if someone says T are Jews, they got to go monophylactic with K. They have to. If they don't believe it, show them Dr. Nathan Jensen's work and say, if you don't agree with the geneticist, then you shouldn't be touching genetics. It's very important. So it's very, very, very important. So K has to be monophylactic with all these groups, right? And then IJK, if we say that J is Jews, then we have to take IJK and make all of these Shemites, which makes it worse because we know I is Cheddar Man. That's an ancient British man, the oldest European lineage ever found. Well, ever found in the sense of ever found in Britain. The oldest Briton ever found was I, which I and J were one. So that's very important. And then obviously these ones, to try to make these Shemites will be just doing backflips. You're going to be doing backflips trying to make these Shemites. So IJK, if you ever see anything like that, if they say make J or T Shemites, remember this. Monophylactic groups count the roots. Monophylactic groups count everything under the node. Everything under the node means like this. This is what a node is. I guess this makes it fine. A node is like, this is a node. All these were considered a node because they're all connected right here with this branch. Coming from the root, they're all connected. So it's all one node. They're all one node. I guess that's one way to summarize it. So everything under IJK will be one node. They'll all be one. That's very important. But DE, how D is connected to E from DE. So CT makes DE. D is a family tree from the Shemites. They're Elam. Watch the video on the Kassites or the Babylon plus Elam. I talk about the migration of Elam and how we know that Elam is D. We know that Elam is a D group. Not necessarily an E, but actually a D group. And we also note that the E group necessarily, what's the word I'm looking for? The E group is one family, right? D is one group, E is another group, but nothing else makes E. Only DE. Not that D makes E, but DE splits and gets D and E. That's not what you see here. Rather, you see GHIJK makes all these. It's not like GHIK is a split and then you get your J groups right from the root. Right? Let's say, for example, if CT makes F and then makes J and T and then HIJK, then I got nothing to say. Right? You can't really say much there because GHIJK would be a different split. Yet even so, that would even still consider them as Japhanites because they would still be considered connected by F. But let's say it's like CT creates J and then a T, right? If T comes directly from CT, then it would be more in a sense of trying to make it Shemites. But because F makes GHIJK, and then it makes HIJK, and then it makes IJK, and then it makes all your T and J lineages, that means you have to count them all as one family. Monophylactic groups are always going to be counting the group that is underneath it. Monophylactic groups, you know, is a monophylactic group when it counts all groups underneath it and excludes any other group. Like, for example, F makes IJK, but it doesn't make E groups. That means this is all monophylactic. That's very important. That's how a monophylactic group works. That they're all the same family, one family. So that's very, very important. Yeah, and just for clarity, for what's that? Foshozi or Shinzi or how you say that? I don't know how you say the name, but check out E1B1B versus E1B1A if you want to know if E1B1A are the Israelites. Just check out E1B1B versus E1B1A and you'll understand. But for clarity, just for clarity, this is how a monophylactic group works. I'm going to save this because or I'll just put CT. Mono CT. All right. The reason why I'm saving this is because I also have a different one I'm going to open real fast. So here's another one of monophylactic groups right here. Now, what you see here from CT, here's another way of looking at it. What I have a chart of is the classic Ashkenazi genetics. If you take the Ashkenazi genetics, your E1B1B groups are all monophylactic with DE. Everything else outside of that, because they have is groups under F. They are all monophylactic with CF. So what's important, in fact, not even just C, F. I should just put F there, but that's all right. Maybe I'll just I'll just let it be. I'll let it be. All these are one with F. All these are one with F. That's just important. F right here. All these are one with F. That's very important. Just to note that. So all these will be monophylactic with F. Maybe I'll get this too. All right. So all these are monophylactic with F. It's just very important. Let me just, I don't like this, it's just too bright. So T, Q, R, GHIJK are all one. Usually 70, 80, 90% of Ashkenazi Jews, their lineages are monophylactic with the same lineage. But always remember what I mean when I say about monophylactic, what I mean by being monophylactic. That means that they're all one family. They're Japheth. They're a family of Japhanites. So that's just very important. I don't know why that spilled over. I think right there. I just want to color this just so it's a little more clear. Right here. All right. Let's see. I just want to color this little box just so it's understood. This DE, all these are monophylactic. All things E1B1B, they're monophylactic. But everything over here, these are going to be their own, just to make it more visually clear. This is what you see in Ashkenaz. GRQT, basically IJK, long story short, or J and I is what you find in Ashkenaz. What you find in Ashkenaz is everything under K and 9, G's, and IJ, right? That means they're related to F. That's what that means. That means the Jews are not necessarily related to F, which is a Japhetic lineage. So, but you get your one piece of your E1B1B. That's going to be your Shemitic lineage, your real Shemitic lineage. But all of them are connected with CT. All of these are monophylactic with CT. All of these. Everything underneath here is monophylactic with CT. But your divide starts to happen when you split from CT. You're going to get your D and E lineages, and you're going to get your CF lineages. So those are going to be different. It's very important. Very, very, very important. So I'm gonna just save this one. All right. And go back to the other one real fast. So right here, that's what we just went over. We just went over monophylactic groups from CT. Right there, you're going to get a split from CT, and you're going to get your C and F lineages. C is different than F, and you're going to get your D and your E lineages. So remember, D and E are one, but they're going to be different. So D is a different one, and your E is a different one. That's important. They're going to be different. And CT makes your C, which are different than F. So C and F are different, but they're all linked from CT. But under F, you're going to get all these the same. They're going to be all related. So we already got 3 lineages. 1 lineage, 2 lineage, 3 lineages. That means we found Ham, Shem, and Japheth. And just for verification, you already know, right? Family tree DNA, we always talk with family tree DNA, not for understanding roots, but for understanding connections of peoples. That's very important. F is the oldest, what you see here, Upper Paleolithic. This is the oldest find of F, haplogroup F. I'm going to show you the oldest find of haplogroup F. The oldest find is right here. It's the oldest find of F. The oldest find of F is up there where you see that's Greece, right above Greece, right? You're going to see a little Romania right underneath there, a little above Turkey. What's going on there? This is actually your oldest. This will be the oldest example of F. I'll just click it just to show you. They have what female lineage? M. So it's going to be your oldest examples of F. So you can see what's going on there. It's the oldest one right there. So this is the oldest example of FM89. That's the oldest example. Anything that's underneath F are related. One family. All those are one family, and they link to their father's group, this. That's very important. I was talking about that before, how we can find them in Germany and everything. We find ancient lineages in Germany that split from this and go over here and different lineages and whatnot. F is the father of all the lineages underneath it. F is the father of it. So very, very important. Very, very, very important. Go back. We can also find them in different locations. We can find them in all the way to China and stuff like that. Later, you can find some that even go down into the Levant, into Jordan. You can find some that go into Jordan. You can find some in Germany. You can find some in different areas and whatnot. I talked about this, Germany and all that stuff. That's the father's haplogroup, right, of T. This is the father's haplogroup of T that you find in Germany. But obviously, you see how old it is, right? You see where it began, where did it move, right? China, right here. You can see over here, where did it move? Wow. Isn't that amazing how it went from here and then it migrated all the way over here? Isn't that amazing? That's amazing migration. He really stretched. And if you actually look that up, you know what that looks like? Let me show you something. That looks just like its son's lineages, the Scythian migration. Have you seen the Scythian migration? Have you seen some of those things, how they talk about where they moved and whatnot and all those things? Those are later lineages, but everything, get a little idea. I'll show one that's a little more clear, all the way to China. Let's see. Shouldn't be too hard. Or I'll just type down Scythian. Here's one. You see what you're seeing here? You see what you see right there? Remember we found FM89 over there? And notice how much it moves. It stretches all the way across. And that's why you see FM89 as, or even all lineages under FM89 as being Indo-European. Because F started up here. It's the beginning of all groups underneath it. That means HIJK are all underneath, which K includes T, are all underneath M89. So that's very important. So that stretch from here to here, right? That's the Scythian stretch. That's the evidence of the Scythians' migration. That's very important. Now, obviously, this is earlier than the Scythians because Scythians are going to proceed from their fathers' lineages. But this is going to make you all your European lineages stretched from here. So if he was here making kids, making kids, making kids, making kids, making kids, making kids, right? You're going to get a large lineage there. Some even over here. We know that going from here to here, we know that an earlier one, the one that we found earlier, we know that one that's close to that, the K group, from this time frame, the K was over here. We know ancient K was right over here. Let me see. There's Russia. So over here is right over here. The K group was mixing over here. And we've seen F travel, right, all the way over here. So that's very important. So that's on the route. So the K groups, when they was having kids, they already had a K. Ancient times, they already had a K. And the K was having kids over here and whatnot. Some went over here, some went over there in different areas, whatnot. So FM89, oldest find in Europe. It's very important. Very, 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 very important. Very, very important. And then obviously they travel everywhere, you know. That's one of those lineages that travel everywhere. But like I said, you can see what's going on there. But they talk about, like, we know that where people started. You can see right here, this little area, the Persian Gulf. This one's older than those and whatnot. They was all around these areas. Why? Because everyone started out at Mount Sinai. Every single person. Every single person started at Mount Sinai over here. Every single person. But E is dominant over here. E group is dominant over here. But F makes all these lineages that you see here. F makes all these lineages. F began over here and spread out over here and makes all these lineages. D didn't begin over here, but it did ended up over here. But D began over here. But all lineages began right here. They didn't begin in Africa. Nothing began in Africa. Nothing. But that's one of those things. It's one of those things. And obviously we know that's the root because I can give you the difference between Neanderthals and what they say, Denisovans and whatnot. The split between those, right, was split between the Neanderthals and the modern humans. These are all modern humans. Everything from F, CF, CT, and all that, all one. All of them are one. And so just for clarity, I just wanted to read something off of here. So you just go down. These are just some things about monophyletic groups and everything. Very important to know about. But let me read something. So let me see. In fact, I'll read it from this one. You see what they say? They just talk about how it's monophyletic and everything. It just lets us know IJK. It just lets T and J comes from IJK. You are also correct that FM89 was the ancestor of GHIJK, right? Very important. We talked about that before and everything. F, information on F. So very, very, very deep. Very, very deep. Close this. And if you can't find something, just look on Synthetic Sunday. Usually every video, when we go over the genetics and stuff, it always have a source in it. But if you want a source and whatnot, I'll put it on this video if you want one. But I just want to show you that. The reason why I want to show you that is because that's how monophyletic groups work. So one more time, DE is Shem, CF is Japheth, and A and B lineages are your Hamites, are your Hamitic lineages. So with that, family, close that. Save. All right, close that. So I'm close this just to make sure we hit everything or what I want to talk about. And maybe next time we'll talk about mtDNA. But with that, the world is a very interesting place, but it's being broken down piece by piece. Piece by piece, we're starting to find out these things. So with that, family, I want you to be blessed. I want you to be beloved. And the E1B1A are Israelites. Amen.